Chapter 1084 Scarlet Flame Edge. Shenzong felt that this name was very easy to pronounce and was also very satisfied. Holding the semi-saint artifact Scarlet Flame Edge in his hand, he gently waved it, and a tyrannical power burst out from his sword. It turned into a golden flame sword and tore through the darkness. Just a trace of power was enough to make Shenzong feel apprehensive. However, Shenzong also felt that when he used the Scarlet Flame Edge, his spirit energy consumption was also astonishing. It was many times more than when he used the Grade 4 Spirit Artifact Cold Edge Sword. And this was because the Scarlet Flame Edge had recognized him as its master. If it didn't recognize him as its master, and he used his own strength to forcibly use it, the consumption of spirit energy would be more than 10 times higher. Thus, Shenzong knew that he couldn't use the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword for a long time and could only use it as a trump card. But it didn't matter. Normally, Shenzong wouldn't use the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword. After all, it was a semi-sane artifact, and he was just a transcendent. It would easily attract the attention of strong masters. With a thought, the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword turned into a wisp of golden flame and flowed like water into Shenzong's palm. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. A semi-saint artifact had surpassed a spirit artifact and had some characteristics of a saint artifact. It was just that its power was inferior to a saint artifact. From a moment he entered this place until now, Shenzong's feet hadn't moved. Now that everything was ready, Shenzong took a step forward into the darkness. This step seemed to unlock some kind of mystery. A ray of light suddenly appeared and quickly spread out, illuminating all directions and dispelling the darkness. The Spirit Refinement Challenge begins. Challenger, please get ready. A simple and vigorous voice suddenly sounded from all directions and entered Shenzong's ears. The Spirit Refinement Challenge. Shenzong frowned slightly. Shenzong had already obtained information about the 100 Treasure Palace from Ancient Knowledge Tower. There were many treasures in this palace. The treasures were not limited to weapons or pills, but also secret arts, martial arts, and so on. Each of these treasures turned into a symbol and appeared on the walls of the palace. If one wanted to challenge any of them, as long as they touched the symbol, they would be sent into the challenge space. The difficulty of the challenge varied depending on the treasures involved. The more precious the treasure, the more difficult the challenge would be. Originally, Shenzong had planned to spend some time challenging the 100 Treasures Palace. Every time the Myriad Treasures secret domain opened, everyone would only have one chance to challenge the 100 Treasures Palace. If they succeeded, they would receive a reward. If they failed, they would receive nothing. It was a rare opportunity, so Shenzong had to be cautious. However, he didn't expect that something unexpected would happen. He didn't have any time to choose and crashed into one of the symbols. Spirit Refinement Challenge. It sounded like it had something to do with spirit refinement, but Shenzong wasn't sure what kind of treasure it was. Although the Ancient Knowledge Tower's information was very detailed, it didn't cover every single treasure in the 100 Treasures Palace. He only hoped that it was a treasure that was suitable for him. Tens of thousands of rays of light flashed from all directions, converging towards the center like a myriad of streams returning to their source. The light shone brightly, and a figure appeared within it. It was a figure holding a long saber that exuded a faint light, giving Shenzong a very dangerous feeling. The figure of light flicked its right arm, and the long saber slashed through the air. The saber was so fast that Shenzong had a hard time responding. Fortunately, Shenzong's spiritual sense was strong enough to detect the attack in an instant. His spirit energy surged, and his dragon force vibrated, pushing his body to the side and narrowly avoiding the saber. While dodging the saber, Shenzong unsheathed the cold-edged sword and pierced through the sky like an aurora, rapidly stabbing towards the figure of light. Shenzong's unexpected sword attack did not succeed. It was split apart by the opponent's saber. The astonishing saber light tore through the air. Not only was its speed very fast, its power was even more astonishing, sending Shenzong flying. The tyrannical power surged, and Shenzong's bones went numb. So strong, Shenzong was secretly shocked. with his own strength. An ordinary early-stage, transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator was not his opponent. Even a genius like Yu Xingji would have been killed by him. However, this figure of lightsaber was able to repel him, which was enough to prove that its strength surpassed Yu Xingji's and even Su Shixiang's. Su Shixiang's strength was extremely tyrannical, even comparable to an ordinary early-stage transcendent realm cultivator. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong erupted with his full strength, summoning the platinum sword body and covering his arms with platinum chi. Sword strike. This sword strike seemed to cut through the void, the sword light constantly fluctuating and fluctuating, making it difficult to dodge. The figure of light did not show any intention of dodging and still slashed out with its saber. This saber strike looked very simple, as if it did not contain any profound mysteries. It was just a simple slash, but it seemed to have been cleansed of its essence, as if it had been cleansed of its essence. The illusory cloud, void slashing sword was instantly shattered. The power contained in this saber strike was completely beyond Chunzong's expectations. Unable to dodge in time, Chunzong was once again pushed back, the terrifying power constantly attacking his body, invading his insides, and wreaking havoc. Chunzong immediately mobilized his purple cloud black star flame to burn away the invading power. His expression becoming more and more dignified, Chunzong realized that he had still underestimated the strength of this figure of light. His 7 spirit wheels revolved at full strength, and at the same time, his 7th spirit wheel expanded slightly, breaking through to the middle stage of the 7th layer transcendent realm, further increasing his strength. Pushing his purple dragon flames, Chunzong's speed reached the limit, instantly appearing beside the figure of light and slashing out with his sword. The sword light flashed and split into thousands of swords. They were densely packed like a torrential downpour. The power of each sword was extremely terrifying as they bombarded the figure of light. Even if it was a mountain, it would be pierced through and shattered by Chunzong's sword. However, as the figure of light slashed out with its saber, it seemed as if thousands of sabers had been condensed, and wherever it passed, the sword light melted like snow. The second slash. Chunzong had no time to dodge and could only barely raise his sword to block. The tyrannical power exploded, and Chunzong was once again pushed back, his blood chi tumbling and his spirit chi surging. The third slash. Another seemingly ordinary slash, but with an inexplicable charm, struck Chunzong once again. Asterisk Poochie. Asterisk Chunzong couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood as his cold-edged sword trembled and his arm went numb. Too strong. The strength of this figure of light was too strong, to the point where even Su Shixiang was no match for it. Thinking quickly, Chunzong knew that with his current strength, he really wasn't this figure's opponent. If he continued to fight, the final result would be him being defeated, losing this challenge, and missing an opportunity. I can only use you, Chunzong muttered to himself, sheathing his cold-edged sword and grasping the air with his right hand. A golden flame quickly spread out from his palm and condensed into a long sword in the air. A flawless ruby-like sword. The sword's spine and edge were golden like flowing water. The red flame sword. With the long sword in his hand and the spirit chi surging, red and golden lights lit up on the sword and merged into a golden flame, shining brightly. Activating the power of the red flame sword, Chunzong immediately found that his spirit chi was constantly being consumed at an amazing speed. Without any hesitation, he attacked with his sword. The golden flame turned into sword light and broke through the air, sweeping in all directions. The figure of light waved his saber to attack, but the saber light paused for a moment and then collapsed. The golden flame, sword light cut through the figure of light's body and cut it in half. With only one slash, the powerful figure of light that Chunzong couldn't resist was cut in half. This scene slightly surprised Chunzong. Strong. The power of the red flame sword was so strong that it increased his strength a lot. However, in just 3 breaths of time, Chunzong's spirit chi had been consumed by 10%. Chunzong quickly put away the red flame sword and took out an elixir to recover his spirit chi. Chunzong didn't forget that the half-saint who attacked him just now might be waiting for him in the 100 Treasures Palace. Not leaving here? That was impossible. The challenge was successful and the reward was given out. A ball of light appeared in Chunzong's eyes. Reaching out, Chunzong grabbed the light. When the light disappeared, Chunzong had a purple jade in his hand. It was the spiritual jade of inheritance. Before he could check the contents of the spiritual jade of inheritance, a force came and repelled Chunzong. As if time and space had changed, Chunzong left the challenge space in an instant and appeared in the 100 Treasures Palace. "You're finally out." A voice full of malice entered Chunzong's ears. Immediately after, a terrifying force blasted towards him. The force was overbearing and vigorous, unparalleled. It was as if the sun was shooting down from the sky and wanted to turn Chunzong into dust. Just as the repulsive force appeared in the challenge space, Chunzong put away the spiritual jade of inheritance. The moment he appeared in the 100 Treasures Palace, the red flame sword appeared in his hand. He activated his power and slashed out. The golden flame sword radiance tore through the sky and slashed towards the half-saint's ferocious attack. With a roar, a terrifying explosive force wreaked havoc in the 100 Treasures Palace. It was so terrifying that it seemed like it could destroy everything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong quickly rushed towards the entrance of the 100 Treasures Palace. He had to leave here first. However, the half-saint wouldn't let Chunzong escape. In particular, he had already sensed the power of Chunzong's sword. It was the power of the half-saint longsword. Killing intent overflowed. Slash! The 7 spiritual wheels revolved at full speed. Tyrannical spiritual energy gushed out and poured into the red flame sword. Golden flames flourished and soared into the sky. Using all his strength, he slashed the illusory cloud void. Chunzong knew that even if he had the red flame sword, he wouldn't be able to kill the half-saint because his opponent was a true half-saint. However, he only needed to stall the half-saint for a moment. The half-saint's expression changed drastically when he slashed out with his sword. Tyrannical energy gushed out. He pushed his hands forward, and a blazing ball of light blasted out. It was like a huge sun falling from the sky. An even more terrifying explosion sounded. It was earth-shattering and reverberated in the 100 Treasures Palace. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. With the help of this force, Chunzong quickly retreated from the 100 Treasures Palace and ran away as fast as he could. However, the half-step saint was able to resist this terrifying force and rush out. Chunzong's heart suddenly sank. His original plan was to stall the half-saint powerhouse and take the opportunity to leave the myriad treasures' secret domain. However, it seemed that he couldn't do it now. With his own strength, he was no match for the half-saint powerhouse, even with the red flame sword. This is the only way, Chunzong thought to himself. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the power of the Heart Sword Seal. The Heart Sword Seal had been replenished by Chunzong's primordial stones again and again. The Heart Sword Seal's power had been restored. The void in front of him was suddenly torn apart. Chunzong didn't hesitate and plunged into it. Just as Chunzong's figure disappeared, the spatial crack closed as well, infuriating the half-saint who was pursuing him. An extremely terrifying energy erupted and destroyed everything in the surroundings. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 1085. It was colorful and grotesque, as if it was a colorful passage. It surged from one side like a tide and quickly flowed to the other. It was like a long river spreading through the void. At the front of the long river, there was a mass of light that flowed forward quickly. This mass of light was white and translucent, and one could vaguely see a figure protected inside. It was none other than Chunzong. Last time, the power of the Heart Sword Seal sent Chunzong's soul to the Lingwu Holy World. At that time, Chunzong was in a coma and didn't know anything, but this time he was awake, and it wasn't his soul that passed through, but but his entire body. Being protected by the power of the Heart Sword Seal, Chunzong was not affected by external forces. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have been torn apart by this terrifying power and disappeared completely. Not to mention Chunzong, even Saint Realm Masters wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, with the power of the Heart Sword Seal protecting him, Chunzong could enjoy the scenery outside with peace of mind. The scenery of the void of the universe was so profound, so magnificent, and so breathtaking. Strictly speaking, this wasn't the first time Chunzong had seen such a scene, but he was still shocked. The void of the universe was vast and filled with countless mysteries. Chunzong gazed at it and immersed himself in it, feeling an indescribable feeling. In the distance, streams of light flashed past like shooting stars. They seemed lonely, but they were also very gorgeous, giving off a kind of shocking feeling of burning away the beauty of life. Chunzong looked back and saw a huge mass of light suspended in the void of the universe, seemingly eternal. It was the Lingwu Holy World. Time passed, and the distance between Chunzong and the Lingwu Holy World grew farther and farther, until he could no longer see it. Looking ahead, Chunzong saw a small light. It was very small, but it was slowly expanding. It was the end of the passage opened by the power of the Heart Sword Seal. It was also the place Chunzong wanted to go to, or rather, return to Blue Wave's world. In his plan, Chunzong intended to raise his cultivation to the transcendent 9th layer before returning to Blue Wave's world to settle his grievances. After all, the people Yonkai would be dealing with were all very strong. Only with a 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation would he be able to guarantee his safety. However, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. A semi-sage level long sword appeared, followed by a semi-sage level expert. With his strength, even if he had a semi-sage level long sword, he wouldn't be a match for that semi-sage level expert. Since he couldn't beat them, and it was also difficult to escape, Chunzong had no choice but to return to Blue Wave's world in advance. With my current cultivation and strength, I can also dominate a region in Blue Wave's world. However, if I want to deal with those people, perhaps it is still not enough. Chunzong muttered to himself. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. However, if I use the Crimson Flame Flowing Sword, I wonder if I can fight against a Monarch Realm expert. The Crimson Flame Flowing Sword was a semi-sage level transcendent artifact and possessed tyrannical power. Chunzong believed that with his cultivation and wielding the Crimson Flame Flowing Sword, he could kill a 9th layer transcendent realm expert. However, Blue Wave's world's emperors were also not ordinary. Whether or not he could fight them, Chunzong wasn't certain, but even if he couldn't, he should have no problem protecting himself. Since he had already made such a choice and was on his way to Blue Wave's world, Chunzong didn't think too much about it. Regret was useless, so he might as well put his thoughts on other things. For example, appreciating the vastness and mysteries of the universe, or thinking about what he should do after returning to Blue Wave's world. The power of the Heart Sword Seal was extremely tyrannical. It had opened up the void barrier between Lingwu Holy World and Blue Wave's world, creating a universal void passage that connected the two worlds, making the incomparably long distance seem like a short journey. Under Chunzong's gaze, Blue Wave's world was getting closer and closer. The rays of light around Blue Wave's world were like chains and also like flying dragons. Suddenly, with a flash of light, Chunzong recalled the scene he had seen in the periphery of Lingwu Holy World. There seemed to be countless rays of light flying around, like chains and also like flying dragons. Heart Sword Seal. Chunzong couldn't help but think of the Heart Sword Seal. In the past, when he had obtained the Heart Sword Seal, there had been a silver dragon circling around it. However, on that day, he had forcibly stimulated the full power of the Heaven Ascending Pagoda and was unable to bear it. After his soul was protected by the Heart Sword Seal and broke through space, the silver dragon around the Heart Sword Seal had disappeared. After pondering for a while, Chunzong couldn't find any clues. Or rather, the idea that appeared in his mind made Chunzong feel unimaginable, unbelievable, and illusory. Shenzong simply gave up. Carrying Shenzong, the heart sword seal instantly rushed forward and pierced into the world barrier of Blue Wave's world, tearing it apart and entering it. As soon as he broke the world barrier of Blue Wave's world and entered it, the power of the heart sword seal was exhausted. Just a little bit more, and Shenzong secretly felt lucky. If the power of the heart sword seal was exhausted before breaking the world barrier, then the consequences would be very serious. With his own strength, it was absolutely impossible to break the world barrier, and it was impossible to survive in the void of this universe. There was only one way out, which was death. Feeling the heaven and earth spiritual energy of Blue Wave's world, Shenzong couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was a smell that he had not smelled for a long time. Heaven and earth spiritual energy and heaven and earth origin chi were essentially the same. Merely in terms of level, heaven and earth origin chi was a bit more superior. It could be said that heaven and earth spiritual energy belonged to heaven and earth origin chi and was contained in heaven and earth origin chi. However, heaven and earth origin chi was not heaven and earth spiritual energy because it was of a higher level. His figure rapidly fell, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Countless auras were cut open by his figure and rushed into the sky one after another, completely enveloping Shenzong's figure. This place was 10,000 meters high in the sky. With Shenzong's cultivation, if he fell and hit the ground, he would most likely die. Just as he was about to summon White Cloud Flight, Shenzong suddenly remembered that Blue Wave's world's heavenly profound realm masters were capable of flight. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 7th layer transcendent realm, which corresponded to the early stage of the heavenly profound realm, so he should be capable of flight. However, he didn't break through in Blue Wave's world. The rules of Lingwu Holy World and Blue Wave's world were different, so he didn't know if he could do it. His figure rapidly fell, but Shenzong didn't panic at all. Instead, he carefully comprehended. The reason why Sky Profound Realm experts could fly was that they had preliminary contact with the power of heaven and earth. With the help of the power of heaven and earth, they could fly. Therefore, the more powerful a Sky Profound Realm expert was, the stronger their ability to fly was because they had a deeper understanding of the power of heaven and earth. In Lingwu Holy World, when one stepped into the transcendent realm, they had already come into contact with the power of heaven and earth. Of course, they didn't rely on themselves, but on their secret arts and martial arts. There was a clear difference between Blue Wave's World Sky Profound Realm and Blue Wave's World Sky Profound Realm. Blue Wave's World Sky Profound Realm experts relied on themselves to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Their method was relatively crude. Lingwu Holy World's transcendent realm experts used secret arts and martial arts as a bridge to come into contact with the power of heaven and earth. Shenzong wasn't an ordinary 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator. He had cultivated a top-grade spirit-grade secret art to a very high level. After calming down and comprehending the power of heaven and earth, he immediately grasped the essence of Blue Wave's World's Sky Profound Realm. Surrounded by clouds, Shenzong's figure also came to a stop, stopping in midair. Then, with a thought, Shenzong's figure moved to the side and slowly flew up. Sure enough, he could fly. If I was in Lingwu Holy World, I wouldn't be able to do it. Shenzong felt that it was a novelty, but at the same time, he secretly thought to himself. Lingwu Holy World was different from Blue Wave's world. It was much more advanced than Blue Wave's world. Just comprehending the power of heaven and earth was not enough to let him fly. Shenzong was no stranger to flying. He could do it by riding a white cloud, but riding a white cloud was a kind of method. It was somewhat different from flying by oneself. If there was a comparison, it was like swimming with clothes on and swimming without clothes. Flying was a bit strange for the first time, but he soon became familiar with it. Shenzong looked around more carefully. He was impressively above a vast ocean. The seawater was deep blue, and at a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. Looking around, it was even more difficult to distinguish the direction. Shenzong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around carefully, but he still didn't see anything. Relying on his feelings, Chunzong chose a direction and flew in the air. At first, his speed was slow, but it gradually increased. In the end, his speed surpassed the speed of sound. He flew past like a stream of light, leaving behind a trace in the sky that didn't disappear for a long time. Chunzong clearly remembered that in Blue Wave's world, the ocean occupied the majority. It was very vast. If one didn't have a clear direction and goal, even an emperor-level powerhouse might get lost in the ocean. Chunzong carefully looked around while flying. He wanted to see whether there was a ship or an island. Only by doing so could he ask for directions and know where to go. A violent rumbling sound came from afar, and a huge waterspout crazily swept over. Chunzong's complexion couldn't help but change. This was a natural disaster. The ocean wasn't calm. It was normal for huge waves or storms to appear. This kind of waterspout was one of the disasters. The waterspout rolled up tens of thousands of tons of seawater, forming a waterspout. It soared straight into the sky, and its range was also constantly expanding. It expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, and then continued to increase. Finally, it formed a waterspout with a diameter of 10,000 meters. It was as if it could destroy the world. A 10,000-meter waterspout was undoubtedly very frightening. It was a natural disaster rarely seen even in 100 years. Its range was very wide, and it affected tens of thousands of meters. It was as cold as a sword, strangling everything. Chunzong's complexion became more and more solemn. He knew that if he fell into it, it would be difficult for him to survive. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong immediately called out White Cloud and broke out with the fastest speed to leave. There was a difference in speed between flying on one zone and riding White Cloud. From the moment the 10,000-meter waterspout appeared to the moment it formed, its speed was extremely fast, and its range was very wide. A terrifying suction force was continuously sucking in all directions, greatly slowing down Chunzong's speed. Chunzong broke out with all his strength to resist it. He gradually left the range of the waterspout and quickly left. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the sea rolled over and over. It was incomparably terrifying. This kind of might made Chunzong's mind tremble. Even an emperor-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to resist it. Chapter 1086. I wish you all the best on Children's Day. The ship was made of black ironwood. It was 30 meters long and 13 meters wide. Its huge sails fluttered in the wind and broke through the waves. It quickly moved forward in the opposite direction of Chunzong. Two people stood on the cold and spacious ship's bow. They were looking forward as if they were looking for something. There was a trace of worry in their eyes. A figure descended from the sky and landed on the deck. He didn't try to hide his movements, which immediately attracted the attention of the two people and the other people on the deck. Who is it? His voice was cold and harsh. Numerous auras of varying strength, but similar in strength, landed on that figure and locked onto him. I'm here to ask for directions. Chunzong looked indifferent. He wasn't affected at all. Ask for directions. The people were surprised. They didn't expect that the other party would answer like this. The two people standing on the bow were obviously the masters of this ship. They immediately walked towards Chunzong and stared at Chunzong's face. They looked at Chunzong as if they wanted to see through him. Chunzong looked very young. His aura was not obvious. Under normal circumstances, it was already very difficult to reach the extreme mortal realm. But this was the boundless sea. There were no islands in front of him and no land behind him. Even an Earth Spirit realm expert would find it difficult to travel in this place, unless he was at the profound sky realm and could fly. But this person looked too young. It was impossible for him to be at the profound sky realm. How should I address you, little friend? The old man in the lead restrained the light in his eyes and asked. My surname is Chunzong. Chunzong said honestly, but please tell me, which direction is the Blue Waves continent? Chunzong's purpose was to ask for the direction of the Blue Wave continent, so that he could hurry over. As for other things, they were secondary. Who do you think you are? If you want to ask for directions, You should have the attitude of asking for directions. The young man beside the old man said coldly with an unhappy expression. In his opinion, Chunzong was just a young man. He was even younger than him. He was very unhappy that Chunzong was so arrogant. What attitude do you think I should take? Chunzong glanced at the young man. His calm eyes startled the young man instantly. His muscles tightened involuntarily, and his hair stood on end. This kind of feeling came and went quickly. It disappeared in an instant, as if it was an illusion. When this youth was about to speak again, that old man spoke first. Little friend Chunzong, Blue Waves Continent is behind this ship. Thank you very much. Chunzong was eager to leave after expressing his gratitude. Little friend, please wait a moment. The old man quickly said, Little friend, do you know the current situation of Blue Waves Continent? The old man was actually just asking casually, but he didn't expect his question to hit the nail on the head. It has already been several years since I left the continent. Could it be that the Blue Waves Continent has undergone some great changes? Chunzong paused and couldn't help but ask. A few years was a relatively short period of time for cultivators. Even if there were any changes, it wouldn't be too big. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. It seems little friend really doesn't know the current situation of Blue Waves Continent. The old man suddenly revealed a bitter expression, and that youth was endlessly resentful. As for the other people around, some of them lowered their heads, and some of them clenched their fists in anger. I wonder if little friend knows about Demon Suppressing Fortress. The old man straightened out his mood and asked again. After seeing Chunzong nodding his head, he said, It would be better for little friend to follow me to the inner cabin. I will tell little friend about the changes of Blue Waves Continent in these past few years in detail, so that little friend can be mentally prepared. Chunzong thought for a bit. He didn't lack time, so he agreed. As for the other party's plot to deal with him, Chunzong nevertheless didn't think much about it, and he also wasn't afraid. Before this, Chunzong had already clearly investigated the cultivation of the strongest person on this ship. Chunzong naturally knew about Demon Suppressing Fortress, and he was even very familiar with it, because he was once a member of Demon Slaying Division in Demon Suppressing Fortress. He also personally participated in the war of Demon Race's army and beheaded many demons. That war, even after a few years, Chunzong still remembered it vividly as if it happened yesterday. Then, the old man's words shocked Chunzong. He had never expected that in just a short few years, Blue Waves Continent would unexpectedly have such a huge change. The cause of this change was Ancient Demon Hall. More than 1,000 years ago, Ancient Demon Hall had once brought disaster to the continent, causing great destruction. Countless experts were killed, and the people were in a terrible situation. Especially the Hall Master of Ancient Demon Hall, Ancient Demon Lord. His strength was very terrifying. He was at the peak of Emperor level, and no one could rival him. Under the circumstances, many Emperor-level powerhouses sacrificed their own strength and integrated it into the body of one of them, raising their strength beyond the Emperor level. That person was a half-step Saint-level powerhouse. However, the half-step Saint-level powerhouse that was forcibly produced was not a true half-step Saint-level powerhouse. Although he defeated Ancient Demon Lord, he was unable to truly kill him. In the end, he could only suppress him under a sea. After suppressing Ancient Demon Lord, the half-step Saint-level powerhouse that was produced was also unable to withstand too strong an external force and died. Following the suppression of Ancient Demon Lord, 7 of the 13 demon emperors under his command were also killed, for were suppressed, and 2 escaped with heavy injuries and went into hiding. The 13 demon flags of Ancient Demon Hall, represented by the 13 demon emperors, which made people tremble in fear. Because of this, most of the demon path experts under the 13 demon flags were killed, and a small number of them escaped with heavy injuries and went into hiding. After more than 1,000 years, most of the Ancient Demon Hall experts who had escaped with heavy injuries also died. Only a few tenaciously survived and recovered their strength little by little. However, they continued to hide and did not dare to act rashly. They were only waiting for the day when they could rise again. As long as the Heaven Old Devil Lord did not come out, the remnants of the Heaven Old Devil Palace would not dare to appear and would not dare to stir up trouble. At most, they would do evil in some small places and would not provoke any strong enemies, nor would they be discovered. But 3 years ago, Ancient Demon Lord Seal was broken by someone, and he broke out of the seal. Ancient Demon Lord was incomparably evil. The moment he broke out of the seal, all the creatures within 1,000 miles of the sea were killed. Their flesh and blood were devoured and absorbed to recover Ancient Demon Lord's strength. From the time he broke out of the seal to the time he recovered a portion of his strength, the time it took for him to recover was extremely short. By the time the Righteous Path experts reacted, Ancient Demon Lord had already disappeared. That's right, the powerful Ancient Demon Lord had indeed disappeared, and no one could find a trace of him. He had actually gone into hiding to recover his strength and rebuild Ancient Demon Hall. 1 year. In just a year's time, the disappeared Ancient Demon Lord brought Ancient Demon Hall back to the world, and even subdued many powers. In one fell swoop, he broke the sealing Heaven Absolute Land Demon Suppression Great Array outside the Demon Suppressing Fortress, and released the Demon Clan Rankers and Demon Clan Army. The Heaven Old Devil Lord himself possessed the bloodline of a Demon Clan Ranker, and the experts of the Heaven Old Devil Palace were either from the Demon Clan, or from the Half-Devil with the bloodline of the Demon Clan, or from the Human Clan who cultivated in the Devil Dao. Ancient Demon Hall joined hands with the Demon Army and Demon Clan Rankers in Earth Demon Abyss. With the fastest speed, they once again opened up the passage from Earth Demon Abyss to the surface of Blue Waves Continent, allowing the Demon Clan Rankers and Demon Army to rush to the surface one after another. With Demon Suppressing Fortress as a stronghold, they advanced eastward. The army of Demon Race changed their previous greedy and rash fighting style, and changed to a steady fighting style, nibbling away at Blue Waves Continent little by little. And under the leadership of Ancient Heaven Demon Master, Ancient Heaven Demon Hall sneaked into Blue Waves Continent, causing disaster everywhere, cooperating with the army of Demon Race, accelerating the erosion of Blue Waves Continent. Moreover, there were also some forces that originally belonged to Blue Waves Continent who sought refuge with Ancient Demon Hall or Demon Clan, gradually tilting the balance. Today, the situation of Blue Wave Continent had already changed greatly and was completely different from a few years ago. Now, of the 24 continents of Blue Waves Continent, 10 continents have already fallen into the hands of Demon Clan, 3 continents have fallen into chaos, 1 continent is occupied by Demon Clan, and the other 10 continents are still under the control of our human race. It can be said that we are evenly matched with Demon Clan. The old man sighed, full of unwillingness. Hearing the old man, Shunzong was endlessly shocked in his heart. This situation was truly extremely dangerous. In just a short few years, such drastic changes had actually occurred completely beyond his imagination. What about the 15 major forces? Shunzong promptly asked. What about remote Yuan Heaven Sect? Now, there are no longer 15 major forces. The old man lamented. Proud Sword Heaven Sect, Profound Righteous Heaven Sect, and 9 Stars Heaven Sect have been exterminated. Eternal Heaven Sect exists in name only. Qi Clan and Z Clan have also become history. As for remote Yuan Heaven Sect, because it is quite far from Demon Suppressing Fortress, it has not been attacked by the Demon Army, so it is still in good condition. Hearing that remote Yuan Heaven Sect was still in good condition, Shunzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. But this was only temporary. Looking at the current situation, Demon Clan was unstoppable, and sooner or later, they would advance to remote Yuan Continent. At that time, even remote Yuan Heaven Sect would not be spared. It could be said that with the cooperation of Ancient Demon Palace, the army of Demon Clan was almost invincible, especially this time. The army of Demon Clan sought stability, which was even more terrifying. Moreover, this time, many continents were divided by the army of Demon Clan at lightning speed, and it was difficult for them to join forces, so they could only fight on their own. This old man was originally from ancient Lianggo, one of the 24 continents. He could be considered as the patriarch of a strong clan, with a late-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert overseeing it. But because ancient Liangzhou had fallen into chaos, Earth Spirit Realm experts were basically nothing, and it was very likely that they would be exterminated. Therefore, the patriarch made a prompt decision, and immediately made a choice to move away from ancient Liangzhou and prepare to go to the sea to look for an island to settle down. The ambition of Demon Clan was Blue Waves Continent, and for the islands in the sea, it was estimated that they were not that ambitious. After all, the sea was vast, and there were many islands, and there were many powerful sea beasts in the sea, which were not good to provoke. So, in the current chaotic world, leaving Blue Waves Continent was a good choice. At the very least, they could let their clan continue to pass on. Otherwise, if they did not rely on Demon Clan, they would be exterminated. Do you know who broke the seal of ancient Demon Master? Shenzong asked curiously. Although this old man has some status in ancient Liangzhou, but in the end, it is not enough. This kind of secret is not something I can know. The old man shook his head and said with a wry smile. Learning about the drastic changes of Blue Waves Continent from the mouth of this old man, Shenzong nevertheless pondered, and his plan should be changed. Patriarch Luo, in the future, if you hear the news of Blue Waves Continent's Demon Clan retreating, if you have the intention to return to the continent, you can go to remote Yuan Heaven sect of Taiyuan Continent and report my name. Shenzong got up and said, if Blue Waves Continent is occupied by Demon Clan, there's naturally no need to pay attention to it. Finished speaking, Shenzong left the inner cabin, and his figure soared into the sky, leaving behind the shocked Patriarch Luo. Chapter 1087. Regardless of the shock of the Luo family, Shenzong flew towards the direction of Blue Waves Continent at full speed. As long as the direction was clear, with Shenzong's powerful spiritual sense and ability, he would not get lost unless he encountered some special situation. Demon Race, Ancient Heaven Devil Hall. While flying, Shenzong muttered to himself. His eyes became deeper and sharper. Originally, he had returned to Blue Waves Continent to settle his grudges, but now he found that the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. For a time, Shenzong did not have a clear plan. Could it be that he could fight against Ancient Heaven Devil Hall and Demon Race by himself? That was not realistic. Let's return to Tai Yuan Heaven Sect first, Shenzong said secretly. To a certain extent, Tai Yuan Heaven Sect was equivalent to his home, especially Blue Feather Mountain. In addition, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord who was poisoned was his master. In addition, returning to Tai Yuan Heaven Sect would also allow him to understand the current situation. After all, Tai Yuan Heaven Sect was one of the top forces of Blue Wave Continent. Their intelligence was very developed, and they would know more secrets. The ship of Luo family had been out for several days, but the speed of that ship was actually not fast. At least, it was far slower than Shenzong's flying speed. Therefore, after flying for more than half a day, Shenzong saw the outline of land. Guliangzhou. This was one of the 24 continents. It was not under the control of the 15 top forces. It was similar to Ming Sword Continent. Previously, Guliangzhou was still under the rule of the Righteous Path, but now, Ancient Heaven Devil Hall had invaded and began to cause chaos. Either submit to Ancient Heaven Devil Hall or be exterminated. Luo family did not want to submit to Ancient Heaven Devil Hall, but also did not want to be exterminated. So they chose to go out to sea to preserve their strength and find an island to pass down. Seeing the outline of land, Shenzong did not reduce his speed and quickly flew over. This was Guliangzhou. Shenzong did not have any intention to stay here. Instead, he looked around and distinguished the direction, looking for the direction to Tai Yuan Continent. After a few years, although Blue Waves Continent had changed greatly, the position of the 24 continents had not changed. Therefore, Shenzong quickly found the direction and continued to fly forward. Ha ha, kill, kill, kill. Delicious blood. It's all mine. Murderous blood refining bead. Strengthen my blood devil flag. Battle cries rang out everywhere, sounding incomparably evil. Shocking, murderous intent swept out in all directions, vaguely turning into a red mist that pervaded the air, covering the sky and the sun. Kill! Kill these demon bastards! Chi energy overflowed in all directions as rumbling sounds surged endlessly, causing the void to tremble. Each and every one of these demonic Tao powerhouses was surrounded by a scarlet energy that was as sharp as a blade and as cold as hell. It was extremely terrifying. Each and every one of them had a ferocious look on their faces as they attacked without any hesitation or mercy. Blood spurted out from the bodies of the people they killed. They were all refined by a unique power and condensed into blood beads. These blood beads were also collected by the demonic Tao powerhouses. The 13 devil banners of the sky, ancient devil hall, and the blood devil banner rushed over, killing everyone they saw and taking the blood pearls. They showed no mercy and were inhumane. This naturally caused the major powers of the ancient Frost Prefecture to retaliate. Both sides engaged in a life-and-death battle. The Blood Devil Banner's demonic Tao powerhouses had shocking demonic skills and battle prowess. They had the upper hand and were constantly slaughtering the ancient Frost Prefecture's cultivators. Of course, the cultivators of Guliangzhou weren't pushovers either. They counterattacked with all their might, killing many of the Blood Demon Flag demonic Tao experts. However, the bodies of the Blood Demon Flag demonic Tao experts exploded one by one. Boom, 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 boom. Blood spurted out like lava from a volcano, covering dozens of meters. The ancient Frost Prefecture's cultivators within that radius were completely covered. They were even affected by the shock waves. They were either killed on the spot or severely injured. The ancient Frost Prefecture's cultivators were filled with grief and indignation. Every time they killed a demonic Tao powerhouse, they would suffer even greater losses. If this battle continued, they would be completely wiped out in the end. Murderous intent filled the sky as the scarlet color filled the sky. Even from far away, Chun Zong could clearly feel it. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the scarlet color in front of him. Chun Zong frowned slightly as he felt the terrifying murderous intent and baleful aura in front of him. Without hesitation, Chun Zong slightly changed his direction and quickly flew towards the scarlet clouds in the sky. This was undoubtedly a demonic Tao powerhouse's rampage. It was one thing if he didn't see it, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he naturally wouldn't pretend that he didn't see it. Chun Zong's speed was extremely fast. Even an ordinary transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator in the Lingwu holy world could match his speed. In the blink of an eye, he flew over 10,000 meters and approached the bloody battlefield. In an instant, Chun Zong's powerful spiritual sense swept across the battlefield. He immediately distinguished between friend and foe and unsheathed his cold-edged sword. An awe-inspiring sword light streaked across the sky and instantly cut through the bodies of 3 demonic Tao powerhouses, directly cutting them in half at the waist. Chun Zong's appearance was very sudden. The speed of his sword was extremely fast. The 3 demonic Tao powerhouses were cut in half at the waist before they could even react. They died an unnatural death. However, these 3 demonic Tao powerhouses were all Earth Spirit Realm experts. Their reactions were very fast and ruthless. Their vitality was also very tenacious. They didn't die instantly. Instead, they used the last of their strength to rush towards Chun Zong and detonate themselves. Suppress. Light flashed through Chun Zong's eyes as a cold light shot out like lightning. With a low roar, a powerful force instantly descended and surged from all directions. It was as firm as steel as it instantly suppressed the 3 Earth Spirit Realm demonic cultivators who were about to explode. Their explosion radius was limited to a radius of a meter, making it impossible for them to spread to the surroundings, let alone affect Chun Zong. In fact, with Chun Zong's strength, even if he was in the center of the explosion of 3 demonic Tao powerhouses, he wouldn't be injured at all. He just didn't want to be affected out of caution. After all, demonic Tao cultivation methods were very strange. Shenzong didn't know whether there were other evil aspects to them. This method was the method to control the power of heaven and earth. Originally, Shenzong didn't know how to do it. However, after coming to the Blue Waves world, taking into account the unique rules of the Blue Waves world, the cultivation methods and martial arts he cultivated in the Lingwu Holy World, and Shenzong's super strong perception, he was able to comprehend it. In terms of the method to control the power of heaven and earth, Shenzong was superior to Green Dragon Sword Sovereign and even Maniac of that year. After all, they relied on their own bitter cultivation and appeared rough. However, Shenzong had the help of cultivation methods and martial arts, which was equivalent to a smooth path. Of course, if it was a sky profound, realm demonic Tao powerhouse who exploded, Shenzong wouldn't be able to suppress it with his control of the power of heaven and earth. When the sword was drawn, a light flashed. It was vast and mighty like the autumn water, like the changing clouds and mist. The sword light twisted like dragons and snakes. As if it had intelligence, it nimbly bypassed the righteous martial artists of Guliangzhou and slashed towards the demonic Tao powerhouses of Blood Demon Flag. Guliangzhou was one of the 24 continents of the Azure Water Continent. After all, it wasn't one of the 15 great continents. Therefore, there were relatively fewer sky, profound realm powerhouses. However, the battle here was very intense. Not only were there extreme mortal realm powerhouses, there were also earth spirit realm powerhouses. There were also a few sky, profound realm powerhouses participating in the battle. Shenzong's arrival was equivalent to injecting a fresh army. Under his sword, the extreme mortal realm and earth spirit realm demonic Tao powerhouses of the Blood Demon Flag were continuously killed. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 100 extreme mortal realm and earth spirit realm demonic Tao powerhouses were killed by Shenzong. As a result, the pressure on the righteous martial artists of Guliangzhou was greatly alleviated. As the crisis struck, a sea of blood surged. Impressively, a sky-profound realm demonic Tao powerhouse of the Blood Demon Flag had his eyes on Shenzong. He instantly attacked. A blood-red long blade streaked across the sky, bringing with it a surging sea of blood. This was a third-layer sky profound realm demonic Tao powerhouse. In comparison, the third-layer sky profound realm was equivalent to the seventh-layer transcendent realm in the Lingwu Holy World. It should be equivalent to the late or peak of the seventh-layer transcendent realm. This level was nothing to Shenzong. He stabbed out with his sword. The sword light was like water, directly shattering the blood-red blade light. It pierced through the surging sea of blood and pierced through the body of the third-layer sky, profound realm demonic Tao powerhouse. Sword chi exploded, madly twisting and tearing the demonic Tao powerhouse's body apart. You will die too. This demonic Tao powerhouse was extremely fierce. Using the last of his strength, he madly rushed towards Shenzong, trying to drag Shenzong down with him. As for the method, it was self-detonation. Shenzong immediately controlled the power of heaven and earth, gathering it from all directions to suppress the madness of the third-layer sky, profound realm demonic Tao powerhouse. Although it couldn't suppress him, it could slow down his speed to a certain extent. The cold-edged sword was drawn. The sword light was like a storm, instantly tearing the demonic Tao powerhouse's body into pieces, cutting off his self-detonation. This was the first heavenly profound realm powerhouse to die since the bloody battle started. The heavenly profound realm was more powerful than the extreme mortal realm and the earth spirit realm. They could fly and were very difficult to kill, unless there was an obvious gap in strength. The third-layer sky profound realm was a rare powerhouse. He was also the strongest in the Blood Demon Flag's invasion this time. Similarly, the strongest on the side of the Guliang State's righteous side was also at the third-layer sky profound realm. Now, the only third-layer sky profound realm powerhouse on the Blood Demon Flag side was killed, and he couldn't drag anyone down with him even if he wanted to self-detonate. This was a huge blow to the demonic Tao powerhouses on the Blood Demon Flag side. At the same time, it was also a huge incentive for the Guliang state's righteous side. Kill. The righteous side seemed to have been injected with a powerful new force. They exploded and counterattacked, immediately causing great casualties to the demonic Tao powerhouses. They couldn't even self-detonate. Self-detonation usually needed some time to accumulate power. If they could seize the opportunity, they could interrupt the opponent's self-detonation. The demonic Tao's side's morale was low, and they didn't seize the opportunity to self-detonate. Naturally, they would be interrupted. Retreat. 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 The Sky Profound Realm expert of the Blood Demon flag had an incomparably unsightly expression on his face as he repeatedly roared. Then he burst out with his full speed and flew into the distance. Now that the situation had changed, it was very unfavorable for the Blood Demon flag. If they stayed, it would only increase their casualties. Do you think you can leave? Chunzong smiled lightly. He stood still and suddenly waved a long sword in his hand. A white sword light tore through heaven and earth, like a line separating the sky and the water. The few heavenly profound realm powerhouses of the Blood Demon flag who were escaping at full speed were caught up and their bodies were cut. The terrifying sword chi exploded, attacking their bodies and killing them crazily. They didn't even have the chance to self-detonate. Those heavenly, profound, realm powerhouses of the Blood Demon flag were killed instantly. Chapter 1088. Today is the first day of the 6th lunar month. My friends, have you been naughty? Have you been naughty? Thank you for your help. Otherwise, Guliang province would have fallen into the hands of the ancient demon Hall's demonic shadow. The Guliang province's righteous path martial artist, who was at level 3 Sky, Profound Realm, cupped his hands and bowed to Chunzong. Everyone was actually very shocked, because Chunzong looked very young, which was around 20 years old, but his strength was so terrifying. He was actually able to kill the Blood Demon flag's 3rd layer Sky, Profound Realm demonic Tao expert, and even stop him from self-detonating. This meant that his strength was obviously superior to his opponent. 4th LV of the Sky, Profound Realm, or even higher. No need to thank me. I just happened to meet you. Chunzong smiled. How should I address you? The 3rd LV of the Sky, Profound Realm cultivator asked again with a serious face. Chunzong, disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and Dark Feather Mountain. Chunzong thought for a moment and replied. So you're a disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and Dark Feather Mountain. Everyone looked even more serious, but they were even more confused. They knew about the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, a top force. However, they had never heard of Sky Profound Realm cultivator called Chunzong, and he was so young. Since he looked so young, he should be at least in the 4th LV of the Sky Profound Realm. He should be very famous. Why had they never heard of him? The 3rd LV of the Sky Profound Realm cultivator was very confused. However, he thought that Chunzong wouldn't lie. A young cultivator, at least in the 4th LV of the Sky Profound Realm, represented endless potential and a bright future. Saying that he was a disciple of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect would only increase the reputation of the sect. The 3rd LV of the Sky Profound Realm cultivator wanted to invite Chunzong to a banquet to thank him, but Chunzong refused. Firstly, the bloody battle had just ended, and there was still the aftermath to clean up. Secondly, Chunzong was in a hurry to return to the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. These people were killed by you. These are your trophies. Please accept them. The 3rd stage of the Sky Profound Realm took out a bunch of storage rings and handed them to Chunzong. They belonged to the few Sky Profound Realm demon cultivators that Chunzong had killed before. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't refuse. After taking the storage rings, he took his leave and flew away again. Such strength at such a young age. No one in the world can compete with him. A warrior in the 1st level of the Sky Profound Realm sighed deeply as he watched Chunzong leave. But it's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. Another warrior at the 1st level of the Sky Profound Realm sighed. Now, the drastic changes of these years had caused the Blue Waves continent to sink into chaos. The demon race was wreaking havoc, and the ancient demon hall was wreaking havoc everywhere. It was unknown how many geniuses had fallen because of this. A portion of them had also defected and joined the ancient demon hall, weakening the strength of the righteous path and strengthening the strength of the demonic path. If a genius appeared on the righteous side, they would quickly be targeted by the demonic side. If they weren't assassinated, they would be kidnapped. Now, Chunzong, who claimed to be a disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, would definitely become famous after this battle. He would also be targeted by the demonic path and be assassinated. Therefore, they felt that it was a pity. If such a peerless genius had appeared a few years ago before the Blue Waves continent had fallen into chaos, his future would have been limitless. Not necessarily. Times create heroes. Since ancient times, the strong have been tempered. Perhaps he will be the strongest of his generation. The eyes of the third stage of the sky profound realm flashed as he put forward a different opinion. This possibility was very low, but it wasn't impossible. Chunzong was extremely fast. He constantly flew forward and left the ancient Liangzhou. He stepped into another big continent. This continent was called the Hanli continent, and it was adjacent to the Taiyuan continent. The Hanli continent was the same as the ancient Liangzhou. They didn't have a top force overseeing them, but there were many forces in it. It was complicated. The ancient Liangzhou had just been invaded by the demonic path, but the Hanli continent hadn't yet. Therefore, it was relatively peaceful. However, because of the chaos caused by the demonic path, the Hanli continent was several times more chaotic than a few years ago. The ancient heaven demon lord broke the seal, and the ancient heaven demon hall made a comeback. The demonic path forces on the Blue Wave continent also began to recover. Like a spring breeze or a wildfire, they began to bring disaster to all continents. The Hanli continent naturally couldn't be spared. Even though the ancient Heaven Devil Palace had yet to enter, the local Devil Dao forces of the Hanli continent were gradually rising, causing quite a bit of chaos in various parts of the Hanli continent. Some small forces were directly destroyed, and only the stronger forces were able to resist. As time passed, the demonic path became more and more rampant. Flying through the air, Chunzong saw many demonic path forces causing trouble. As long as he saw them, Chunzong would attack and kill them. If someone asked for his name, Chunzong would reply that he was a disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, Chunzong. For a time, the reputation of Chunzong of the Blue Feather Mountain of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect gradually spread in the ancient Liangzhou and Hanli continent. Indirectly, the momentum of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect became stronger. After killing many people of the demonic path, Chunzong also passed through the Hanli continent and stepped into the realm of the Tai Yuan continent. As soon as he stepped into the Tai Yuan continent, Chunzong felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. Without the slightest pause, Chunzong quickly flew in the direction of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect. His speed was extremely fast. What he saw and heard along the way was different from the ancient Liangzhou and Hanli continent. It was more peaceful. Perhaps it was because the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, the top force of the Tai Yuan continent, was overseeing it. Before the arrival of the ancient demon palace, the revived demonic path forces did not dare to show themselves, for fear of being uprooted by the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect. Although several of the 15 top forces of the Blue Waves continent had been destroyed, it was undeniable that the top forces still had a shocking foundation and were very powerful. They were not so easy to deal with. Of course, Chunzong also had a feeling that it was not that there were no demonic path forces in the Tai Yuan continent. There were, but they were hiding and were even more secretive. Chunzong was not in the mood to care about them now. He would return to the sect first. The Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect was located in the Tai Yuan Mountain, which was the largest and tallest mountain in the Tai Yuan continent. It was very conspicuous. Seeing the outline of the Tai Yuan Mountain, Chunzong sped up a bit. He rushed into the Tai Yuan Mountain and quickly went to the Blue Feather Mountain. Who is it? When Chunzong entered the Tai Yuan Mountain, immediately, a tyrannical aura swept over from all directions and locked onto Chunzong's figure. At the same time, An astonishing roar surged like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. This was the aura of the sky profound realm experts of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect. They noticed the arrival of Chunzong. The current situation was not the same as before. Even the proud sword heavenly sect and other powerful forces were exterminated. Although the Tai Yuan heavenly sect was strong, it was about the same as the proud sword heavenly sect. Therefore, the experts of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect were very vigilant. Now, that there was an unfamiliar sky profound realm expert directly intruding into the Tai Yuan mountain, they naturally had to be very vigilant. Before Chunzong even entered the Blue Feather Mountain, he was forced to stop. Of course, this was also because Chunzong did not intend to force his way in. Otherwise, with Chunzong's strength, he could have directly intruded into the Blue Feather Mountain. Who is it? Why did you not pay respects to the mountain and directly intrude into the Tai Yuan heavenly sect? One of the sky profound realm experts released a tyrannical aura of the 7th level of the sky profound realm, locking onto Chunzong as he asked in a deep voice, his eyes flickering. Chunzong glanced over and found that among the 3 sky profound realm experts who stopped him, one was in the 7th level of the sky profound realm, and the other 2 were in the 6th level of the sky profound realm. He had never seen them before. It seemed that they were the hidden forces of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect. Now, they were not hiding anymore. I am Chunzong, the 3rd disciple of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. Chunzong replied truthfully, the 3rd disciple of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. The 3 sky profound realm experts were all stunned. This answer was too different from what they had imagined. They could not guess. A sky profound realm expert, and not an ordinary one at that. He was so young, but he said that he was the 3rd disciple of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. It was unbelievable. Of course, the 3 of them knew who the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was. He was an expert in the 7th level of the sky profound realm, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. However, he had been poisoned many years ago and was still unconscious. However, they also knew that the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain did have 3 disciples. The 3rd disciple seemed to be called Chunzong. However, Chunzong was so young. How could he have become a sky profound realm expert? Moreover, his age did not seem right. He looked too young, about 20 years old. Chunzong was not even 100 years old. He should be at least 40 or 50 years old. At this time, more sky profound realm experts of the Tai Yuan heavenly sect arrived. Of course, there were also experts of the Blue Feather Mountain. In just a few breaths, there were more than a dozen sky profound realm experts. The weakest of them was in the 4th level of the sky profound realm, while the strongest was in the 7th level of the sky profound realm. Their tyrannical auras locked onto Chunzong, but did not bring any pressure to Chunzong. Chunzong glanced over, and his eyes fell on one of the figures. A smile appeared on his face. Elder Tsangxian, said Chunzong. Yes, one of the dozen sky profound realm experts was Elder Tsangxian of the Blue Feather Mountain. Elder Tsangxian's aura had reached the 5th level of the sky profound realm. He was stronger than before. You are. Elder Tsangxian frowned and stared at Chunzong. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. A name gradually emerged in his heart, but he did not dare to believe it. I am Chunzong, said Chunzong with a smile. You are indeed Chunzong, Elder Tsangxian exclaimed. Then why do you look like this? As the saying goes, one's appearance is born from one's heart. Chunzong's soul had transmigrated and occupied Chun Qingzong's body. As time passed, his appearance also changed imperceptibly, gradually returning to his original appearance, which was the appearance of the Blue Waves world. However, due to the difference in age, the current Chunzong looked like he was in his 20s in the Blue Waves world. He was a little different from when he had joined the Taiyuan Heaven sect. This was also the reason why Elder Tsangxian felt that he was Chunzong, but was not sure. Something happened a few years ago that restored my appearance to a younger age. Chunzong smiled and gave a simple explanation. It was not impossible, but it was still shocking, because it was not only a matter of becoming younger, but also a matter of his cultivation reaching the sky profound realm. Are you really Chinzong? Suddenly, LV7 Heavenly Profound Realm Expert asked in a deep voice as he stared at Chinzong with a solemn expression. This is the 5th Grand Elder of our Blue Feather Mountain. Elder Tsong, Xian hurriedly said. Greetings, 5th Grand Elder. Chinzong cupped his hands and bowed, then smiled. I believe there is no need to pretend. Chapter 1089. Chinzong gave detailed answers to Elder Tsong Xian's questions. Back then, Elder Tsong Xian had accompanied him back to Chaotian Island to deal with the affairs of the Unhindered Sword sect. They had also returned to the eastern continent to meet his father and relatives. After the confirmation, everyone believed Chinzong's identity, and Chinzong had truly returned to Dark Feather Mountain. Although Chinzong was a little unhappy about the repeated verification of his identity, he still cooperated. After all, he understood that the current situation was chaotic, and they were not deliberately targeting him. They were just thinking about the safety of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect. Otherwise, if a demon Dao Heavenly Profound Realm Expert was allowed to sneak into the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, it was hard to imagine what kind of destruction it would cause. Chinzong breathed a sigh of relief as he re-entered Dark Feather Mountain. Memories of the past surged like a tide. Chinzong, where have you been all these years? Walking beside Chinzong, Elder Tsong Xian was a little curious. Because there had been no news of Chinzong in the past few years, Elder Tsong Xian thought he was dead. Elder, I have been trapped inside a pocket dimension for the past few years, unable to get out. However, due to that, I managed to obtain some fortuitous encounters. My cultivation base soared, and I was reborn. I look even younger than before. Chinzong replied with a smile. Of course, this answer was fake, but it sounded very real. After all, Chinzong couldn't say that his soul had traveled to a more powerful cultivation world and had now returned. It sounded too unbelievable, and it was a matter of great importance that could easily attract covetous eyes. Elder Tsong Xian didn't think too much about Chinzong's answer. After all, it wasn't strange to have a fortuitous encounter, and it wasn't impossible to be trapped in a secret realm. What's your current cultivation? Elder Tsong Xian couldn't help but ask. Second layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm, Chinzong said with a smile. The cultivation of the intermediate 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm was theoretically equivalent to the 2nd layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm, but his real strength was far superior. Elder Tsong Xian couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. How old was Chinzong? Less than 100 years old, but he had already reached the 2nd layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm. He was indeed the number 1 genius of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Profound Realm, and a peerless genius of his generation. None of the geniuses of the same generation as Chinzong had reached the Heavenly Profound Realm. The Heavenly Profound Realm was, and it was difficult even for geniuses, to break through it. Chinzong had left his peers far in the dust. In fact, he had even surpassed many seniors. Tsong Xian, Elder, how is my master as my master? I Tsong Xian sass Xian's. He's, and Tsong Xian's, he's with him's. How is he's? S, Xian's sect. Sect, S sect. Sect. To the sect. Sect master is still unconscious. Fortunately, the demonic poison hasn't deepened. But if we don't get the antidote before the time limit, we won't be spared. Elder Tsong Xian sighed. You're now at the Heavenly Profound Realm. You're qualified to visit Sect Master. I'll make this request to the Sect Master later. Chinzong nodded. The current situation is very bad. Elder Tsong Xian continued, explaining the current situation to Chinzong in detail. In Elder Tsong Xian's view, Chinzong had been trapped in the secret domain for several years, and these years happened to be the time when the Kangling continent was undergoing drastic changes. Therefore, he started from the beginning. Chinzong didn't interrupt, but quietly listened to Elder Tsong Xian's words. Elder Tsong Xian was in a high position, so he naturally knew more about the situation than the patriarch of the Luo family. The 24 continents of the Kanglan continent could be divided into two major parts, east and west. The western part was occupied by the demon race, while the eastern part was occupied by the human race. The division was very clear, but the demon race army was advancing little by little, steadily nibbling away at the Kanglan continent and gradually gaining the upper hand. The ancient demon hall was wreaking havoc everywhere. 3 continents had already fallen into complete chaos, and the demon Tao was flourishing. Although the eastern continents were still under the rule of the human race, the demon Tao had recovered, and chaos was everywhere. The situation was getting worse. The Taiyuan continent was still better. Without a top force overseeing it, the signs of chaos were becoming more and more obvious. According to the current situation, the Kanglan continent would fall under the rule of the demon race in less than 10 years. Listening to Elder Tsang Xian's explanation, Chunzong's heart grew heavier. Elder Tsang Xian, has Ming Sword Continent also fallen into the hands of the demon race? Chunzong couldn't help asking. He wanted to return to the Kanglan world to settle his grudges, and one of the grudges was in Ming Sword Continent. Bright Sword Continent has long been occupied by the demon race army. Elder Tsang Xian sighed, as if he was a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Chunzong couldn't help exhaling a long breath. If Ming Sword Continent was occupied, then what about the extreme Heaven Society? And what about Maniac and Ban Zhongxuan of the Skyscraper Society? Maniac must die. Ban Zhongxuan must die. But what about these 2 people? Were they killed? Or did they leave Ming Sword Continent? Elder, do you know who broke the seal of the ancient demon lord? Chunzong asked curiously. It could be said that it was precisely because the ancient demon lord broke out of the seal that there was a series of changes, that there was a disaster in the Kanglan continent, and the person who broke the seal of the ancient demon lord was undoubtedly the biggest accomplice. In addition, the seal of the ancient demon lord was certainly not weak. To be able to break it, that person's ability must also be very strong. Chunzong was naturally interested in learning more about such a person, because maybe in the future, he would have to face him. This person is called Murong Zhen, Elder Tsang Xian said, gnashing his teeth, his face full of murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to skin this person alive. Murong Zhen. Chunzong was taken aback, feeling that the name was very familiar. His memory seemed to travel back in time, returning to a few years ago in the fortress that suppressed the Earth Demon Abyss. Is this Murong Zhen? This Murong Zhen is a half-demon, has the bloodline of a demon expert, and was once a member of the army of the demon-suppressing fortress. Elder Tsang Xian explained, and Chunzong finally confirmed that this Murong Zhen was the Murong Zhen of the demon-slaying division. Only, why did Murong Zhen want to do this? To break the seal of the ancient demon lord. Back then, the seal of the demon refining platform of the demon-suppressing fortress was broken by Murong Zhen. Elder Tsang Xian said again, shocking Chunzong. Back then, Chunzong had personally participated in the battle of the demon-suppressing fortress. It was because the demon refining platform had been broken, and the experts of the demon race had appeared one after another. It turned out that the person who broke the seal of the demon refining platform was Murong Zhen. Murong Zhen. This name left an incomparably deep impression on Chunzong and could be said to be unforgettable. Originally, Chunzong was curious about Murong Zhen and wanted to compete with him, but the ensuing battle dispelled Chunzong's thoughts. Many years had passed, and Murong Zhen had long faded in Chunzong's mind. Now that he had reappeared, it was incomparably deep. However, Murong Zhen had become the biggest accomplice in the upheaval of the Kanglan continent. Chunzong didn't hate him, perhaps because he didn't have a direct relationship with him. But not hating him didn't mean he admired him. If he encountered him, Chunzong would kill him with his sword. After all, Chunzong didn't have a good impression of people like him who only wanted to see the world in chaos. Moreover, it was because of Murong Zhen that he had to change his plans after returning to the Kanglan world. With Elder Tsang Xian's explanation, Chunzong understood more and more and knew that the current situation was very bad. Afterwards, Chunzong went to see his master, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was placed on a cold jade bed, which could keep his body intact. He looked serene, as if he was in a deep sleep, but his skin was suffused with wisps of blue-black, like runes. It was a ghastly sight. Chunzong knew that the blue-black runes covering every part of his body were the demonic poison. Only by removing the demonic poison would his master be able to wake up and recover. Master, I will definitely find the antidote to remove the demonic poison in your body and let you recover, Chunzong said to the peacefully lying Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain, his tone incomparably solemn. Back then, Chunzong had made a promise and tried his best, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. One of his wishes, or perhaps his greatest wish, was to obtain the antidote to the demonic poison in his master's body and let him return to normal. Chunzong was willing to pay any price to obtain the antidote. After staying with the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain for a while, Chunzong left and returned to the Blue Feather Mountain. Chunzong was now a second-layer heavenly profound stage expert and an elder of the Blue Feather Mountain. Inside the cave, Chunzong organized his thoughts, but he didn't have a clear plan. He had a goal, which was to find the antidote to the demonic poison, find the Empyrean Extreme Sky Association, especially the Empyrean Extreme Sky Association's leader and Sword Master Azure Dragon, find the Matian Association's leader, Ban Zhongquan, and Maniac, and return to the eastern land of Chaotian Island to visit his father and his relatives and friends. Chunzong's thoughts were in a mess, so he put them aside and took out a few storage rings from his storage ring. They were the rings he obtained from killing the heavenly profound stage experts of the Demon League. After checking, he found spiritual stones, elixirs, and so on. There were also some spiritual weapons, cultivation methods, and martial arts manuals. In addition, there were many blood-red beads. The blood-red beads emitted powerful fluctuations of blood chi. However, some of them were pure, while others were impure. Obviously, these blood-red beads were condensed from the blood of living creatures, which was equivalent to crystallization of blood essence. They had a miraculous effect on the cultivation methods of the Blood Demon League. It should also be effective for refining my body, Chunzong thought to himself. However, Chunzong didn't rush to try it. Instead, he took out a purple spiritual inheritance jade from his storage ring. It was the reward he received from the challenge in the 100 Treasure Palace in the Myriad Treasures secret realm of the Lingwu Holy World. Chunzong's spiritual consciousness penetrated the purple spiritual inheritance jade and received the information inside. He was overjoyed. The secret art of spiritual refinement. The spiritual inheritance jade contained the secret art of spiritual refinement. It was worth 100,000 contribution points in the White Cloud Mountain. There were 10 scarlet soul crystals and 1 purple soul crystal in his storage ring, but he couldn't refine and absorb them because he didn't have the secret art of spiritual refinement. His original plan was to earn more contribution points and exchange them from the White Cloud Mountain. Now that he had the secret art of spiritual refinement, he could refine and absorb those soul crystals to further strengthen his soul and improve his comprehension ability. Chapter 1090. In front of Chunzong, the 10 scarlet soul crystals shone with a strange red light as if they were about to come to life. Staring at the first scarlet soul crystal, Chunzong moved his fingers and quickly formed a seal. Using this, he guided his spiritual sense and condensed it into a spiritual seal. Through his hands, it fell into the scarlet soul crystal. One by one, the spiritual seal was faintly discernible as it flew out and landed on the scarlet soul crystal. The scarlet soul crystal seemed to be roasted by a high temperature as it softened bit by bit. Chunzong had tried it before. With his physical strength, he could not move the soul crystal at all. One should know that with his cultivation of Dragon Power Level 4, his physical strength was unparalleled. Breaking mountains and splitting the earth was not a problem for him. However, he could not do anything to the soul crystal at all. It was obvious how tough it was. But now the tough soul crystal actually softened. It softened to the extreme and turned into a drop of scarlet liquid. It emitted a very strange fluctuation. The scarlet liquid flew up and entered Chunzong's mind from between his eyebrows. It went straight to his soul. Suddenly, Chunzong felt a chill spread through his mind. However, it wasn't in his mind, but in his soul. It was just that the mind was where the soul resided. That was why there was such a feeling of coldness spreading. Chunzong's soul was originally ordinary. After obtaining the Heart Sword seal, his potential was constantly stimulated and strengthened to a certain extent. After traveling through time and space to the Lingwu Holy World and absorbing Chun Qingzong's soul, his soul became even stronger. Now that he had absorbed the Scarlet Soul Crystal's essence, his soul grew even stronger. Chunzong carefully sensed the Scarlet Soul Crystal's essence gradually fusing into his soul. He felt that his soul was constantly absorbing the essence of the Scarlet Soul Crystal and strengthening bit by bit. It was very comfortable. 15 minutes later, the Scarlet Soul Crystal's essence completely fused into Chunzong's soul. "It's about 10% stronger," Chunzong said to himself. He was very happy. With his already strong soul, the increase of 10% was very obvious. Moreover, there were still 9 Scarlet Soul Crystals and 1 Purple Soul Crystal that had not been absorbed. Of course, the Soul Crystals could not be absorbed limitlessly. There was an upper limit, and the upper limit depended on the individual or the potential of the individual's soul. Normal cultivators could only absorb 1 to 3 Scarlet Soul Crystals before they were unable to absorb any more. Genius cultivators could absorb 4 to 6 pills. Geniuses could absorb 7 to 9 pills. Chunzong estimated that he should be able to absorb 7 to 9 pills, but whether he could absorb all of them was a little uncertain. One by one, Chunzong absorbed all 10 Scarlet Soul Crystals. As a result, Chunzong's soul was strengthened by 50%. It wasn't like absorbing 1 pill could increase one's strength by 10%. In fact, the second pill would only increase one's strength by less than 10% and would gradually decrease. After the 10th pill, the amplification effect became very small. Thus, the total amplification effect was only 50%. "I haven't reached my limit yet," Chunzong said to himself. His eyes flashed as he stared at the last soul crystal. It was the Purple Soul Crystal, which was of a higher level than the Scarlet Soul Crystal. Forming seals, refining, absorbing. First, he felt a burst of coldness. Then, a trace of scorching heat spread, as if the intertwining of ice and fire. In the depths of Chunzong's mind, there was a void, a dark void. In the void, there was a trace of mist. The mist was silver and emitted a faint halo, which was very charming. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the silver mist was actually condensed from tiny silver stars. The Purple Soul Crystal was refined and absorbed by Chunzong. An extremely pure power was injected into the soul cloud. Suddenly, the cloud rolled like a sea of clouds. The silver light became more and more dazzling and bright. It slowly rotated like a beautiful and charming star. Gradually, the soul cloud became denser and denser. As it rotated, it gathered and compressed toward the center. The first drop of silver liquid was condensed. Like a giant beast, it swallowed the soul cloud from all directions and grew little by little. Liquefaction of the soul. Chunzong never thought that his soul would liquefy. The soul cloud was compressed more than 10 times and completely liquefied into a drop of silver water. It floated in his mind and emitted a silver glow. It gradually spread and formed layers of halo. Chunzong learned that the soul could be divided into 3 forms: gas, liquid, and solid. The gas form was in the form of mist. The normal strength of the soul was in the gas form. However, some gas forms were very thin, while some were very rich. For example, Chunzong's soul cloud was very rich, far stronger than the normal soul strength. The liquid form was the level above the gas form. There was an essential difference. If it was compared to the cultivation level, It was like the difference between the foundation establishment realm and the transcendent realm. This kind of qualitative change was no longer the so-called improvement. As his soul liquefied and completely transformed into a liquid state, Chunzong could clearly feel that his mind was becoming clearer and clearer. His thoughts were incomparably clear, as if there were no blind spots. In an instant, thousands of thoughts burst forth. In other words, in an instant, Chunzong could think about many problems at the same time. His ability to understand problems became stronger. My comprehension should have improved too, Chunzong secretly said, but he didn't try it, so he didn't know whether it had improved or not. But then again, even if there was no improvement, the liquefaction of the soul was already a great thing. As the halo of the liquefied soul continued to spread, Chunzong also felt that his spiritual sense was strengthened and had some kind of indescribable change. It seemed that it was transforming and becoming more advanced. Carefully observing and feeling the liquefied soul, the silver drop of soul water was extremely deep and mysterious. It made Chunzong feel like the void of the universe was full of mysteries. With a thought, the profound light sword appeared from the storage ring. Then it automatically unsheathed, as if it was lifted by an invisible force. It flew quickly around Chunzong's body, faster and faster. The sword disappeared and turned into a stream of blue light. The blue light surrounded Chunzong. Suddenly, the blue light stopped, and the profound light sword reappeared, displaying the blue cloud sword art. Originally, Chunzong could also use his spiritual sense to pick up some things, but they weren't heavy. As for using his spiritual sense to control the sword and display sword arts, it was absolutely impossible in the past, but now he could do it. This was the benefit of having his soul liquefied. However, Chunzong also felt that although he could control the sword with his spiritual sense, it wasn't powerful enough. It could only be said that it wasn't powerful enough. Of course, it wasn't completely useless. At the very least, it could deal with Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivators, or even Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. However, Chunzong's current strength wasn't weak. Ordinary Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivators were no match for him at all, let alone Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. Therefore, using his spiritual sense to control the sword was quite useless. With a thought, the profound light sword returned to its scabbard and returned to the storage ring. Chunzong then took out a blood bead and prepared to absorb the pure vitality inside to refine his body. One's physique was closely related to one's vitality, for which tiger and dragon power were born, which in turn nourished one's vitality and physique, improving one's body tempering cultivation. However, these blood beads weren't pure and contained impurities, making it difficult to absorb. Therefore, Yang Kai first had to refine and purify them until they were incomparably pure. Ordinary body tempering cultivators would naturally swallow these blood beads into their stomach and slowly refine them to remove the impurities, but Chunzong had a better method. Purple cloud black star flame emerged from his hand and immediately wrapped around the blood beads in Chunzong's palm, burning them. The blood droplet quickly melted, and wisps of black aura spread out from it. They rose in spirals like smoke signals, emitting traces of burnt smell. When the black aura disappeared, the blood beads were completely refined and purified, becoming incomparably pure, without the slightest impurities, sparkling and translucent like rubies. Chunzong opened his mouth and swallowed. The extremely pure blood droplets entered his mouth and were swallowed by Chunzong. Immediately, the blood droplets spread out and fused into his muscles, bones, and blood. The True Flame's body tempering technique was activated, the dragon power surged, and his vitality grew stronger. Now, Chunzong felt it was a pity that he didn't get a better body tempering technique. The True Flame's body tempering technique was only a low-class spiritual level technique, which couldn't keep up with his cultivation progress. However, he had no choice but to use it since he didn't have a better body tempering technique. As the body tempering technique was activated and the purple cloud black star flame spread, The power of the blood beads kept merging with Chunzong's vitality, making his vitality more vigorous and pure. Gradually, it spread out, increasing the dragon power, strengthening the internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin. The storage rings of the sky, profound realm experts of the blood demon flag, contained a lot of blood beads. There were at least several hundred of them. Chunzong continued to refine and absorb them. He felt that the dragon power in his body was constantly growing, and his physique was also constantly improving. This feeling was very carefree and incomparable. Chunzong didn't know how long he had been cultivating. He completely forgot about everything else and immersed himself in the improvement of his cultivation. The blood beads were getting fewer and fewer, and Chunzong's vitality was getting stronger and stronger, feeding back the dragon power, refining his physique, and improving his cultivation. Strong power was surging in his body. When the last blood bead was refined and absorbed by Chunzong, Chunzong's body shook, and a series of explosive sounds were heard. Vaguely, it was as if a tiger was roaring and a dragon was roaring. Layers of ripples spread out in all directions with Chunzong's body as the center. This was the ripple caused by Chunzong's body tempering technique after it was obviously improved. With a little force, Chunzong tightened his muscles. He felt that his body contained a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. It was as if he could sink the earth and break the sky with one punch. Of course, this was just an illusion. Even a body-tempering expert of the Dragon Power Realm, level 9, couldn't sink the earth and break the sky. Late stage of the Dragon Power Realm, level 5. Sensing his own body refinement cultivation, Chunzong's eyes glowed brightly like lightning piercing through the sky. Chapter 1091. Late 7th Layer, Transcendent Realm. Late 5th Layer, Dragon Force Realm. 4th Layer, White Cloud Force. 4th Layer, Heart Sword Force. 1st Layer, Flame Force. 5th Grade, Purple Cloud Black Star Flame. Tyrannical power lurked in his body, and as long as he willed it, it would instantly erupt, releasing astonishing power. With my current strength, I shouldn't be at a disadvantage when fighting Su Shixiang in close combat, Chunzong thought to himself. Using the Spirit Refinement secret art to refine and absorb the Soul Crystal, Chunzong's soul had undergone a transformation. His perception had also increased, and his understanding of the Heart Sword Sutra had deepened. Thus, he had comprehended the 7th transformation of the Heart Sword Sutra and raised his Heart Sword Force to the 4th level. As for his cultivation reaching the late stage of the Transcendent Realm, that was because of the Qi refining pill he had consumed. However, after reaching the late stage of the Transcendent Realm, the power of the pill had also been consumed. After refining and absorbing the hundreds of blood beads, Chunzong's vitality had become more vigorous, and his dragon power had also increased. His body refining cultivation had also broken through to the late 5th Layer Dragon Force Realm, and the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame had merged with his dragon power. Otherwise, the hundreds of blood beads would have been enough to raise his dragon power to the 6th layer. However, because he still needed to raise the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame, his dragon power had only reached the late 5th layer. With my current strength, ordinary 6th Layer Heavenly Profound Realm cultivators are no match for me. As for 7th Layer Heavenly Profound Realm cultivators, Chunzong couldn't help but think. In theory, a 7th Layer Heavenly Profound Realm cultivator in the Blue Wave world was equivalent to an early 9th Layer Transcendent Realm cultivator in the Lingwu Holy World. However, due to the difference in cultivation methods and martial arts, an early 9th Layer Transcendent Realm cultivator in the Lingwu Holy World was definitely stronger than a 7th Layer Heavenly Profound Realm cultivator in the Blue Wave world. In other words, an ordinary 7th Layer Heavenly Profound Realm cultivator in the Blue Wave world might not be his opponent. However, he still needed to fight a 7th Layer Heavenly Profound Realm cultivator to find out. However, Chunzong was confident that even if he couldn't defeat them, he could definitely contend with them. Chunzong came out of his closed-door cultivation. It would be difficult for him to improve anything else in a short period of time. Right now, eldest senior brother is guarding the border of the ultimate martial continent against the devil race army, while second senior brother and senior brother Yu Zhengxiao are staying in the Taiyuan continent to pursue the devil Dao forces. Shenzong pondered. Since he had returned to the Taiyuan heavenly sect, he would not stay in the sect. Let's look for second senior brother first and see if he knows the whereabouts of the antidote. If he doesn't, we'll look for eldest senior brother. Shenzong quickly organized his thoughts. Whether it was himself, eldest senior brother, and second senior brother, they were all working hard on the matter of the antidote for the demonic poison. He didn't know if they had made any progress. Shenzong immediately headed to Elder Cang Xian's residence to ask him where his second senior brother Feng Shigui was. Elder Cang Xian didn't ask any questions and immediately told Shenzong where Feng Shigui was. The Taiyuan continent was not small. Led by the Taiyuan heavenly sect, there were many first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces. For example, the Blazing Sword sect was a powerful force second only to the Taiyuan heavenly sect. To a certain extent, the Taiyuan continent belonged to the Taiyuan heavenly sect, but the other forces also had a share because they had taken root here, multiplied, and continued to develop and pass on their legacies. The Taiyuan continent was the foundation of the various forces. Since it was the foundation of the various forces, they naturally wouldn't allow the demonic path forces to cause chaos. Therefore, with the Taiyuan heavenly sect as the leader, the disciples, and even elders of the various forces were dispatched to form the Dao Defender Alliance, which was distributed in the various cities of the Taiyuan continent to monitor the situation at all times. Once they found something suspicious, they would immediately investigate. If it was related to the demonic path, they would resolutely attack without mercy. It was also because of the existence of the Dao Defender Alliance that the demonic path forces in the Taiyuan continent didn't dare to show their faces for fear of being annihilated. But just because they didn't dare to show their faces didn't mean they didn't exist. There were always some demonic path experts who thought they were very powerful and wouldn't be discovered and killed, or who couldn't bear the loneliness and would occasionally take action. After all, the demonic path cultivation was very strange. Most of them relied on external forces and were very evil. If one relied on their own bitter cultivation, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. Their cultivation would be very slow or even impossible. But if they could use some methods, their cultivation speed would be very fast and their strength would be shocking. One was fast, one was slow, and the other was no progress at all. How would the demonic path cultivators choose? Clearly, the majority of demonic path cultivators would choose the former and take the risk. They felt that as long as they were careful enough, they could avoid the Dao Defender Alliance's investigation. On the other hand, the majority of demonic path cultivators had rather extreme temperaments. They could hide for a while, but they wouldn't hide forever. They would always find an opportunity to come out and kill people and commit arson. Grand Truth City. This was one of the many cities in the Taiyuan continent and one of the cities guarded by the Dao Defender Alliance. There was a Dao Defender Tower in Grand Truth City, and it was a branch of the Dao Defender Alliance. A figure hurriedly entered the Dao Defender Tower from outside. The long-haired Feng Shigui immediately asked, "Junior brother Yu, what is the situation?" Yu Zhengxiao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said in a harsh tone, "Senior brother Feng, I'm certain that it was done by the demonic path. Let's go." Feng Shigui was even more direct as he left the Dao Defender Tower with a group of senior and junior brothers. In order to better eradicate the demonic path, every branch of the Dao Defender Alliance was made up of disciples and elders from the same sect. This way, they were more familiar with each other and could work together better. Almost everyone in the Dao Defender Tower was from the Taiyuan Sky sect. There were 7 people with Feng Shigui in the lead, all of them emanating the aura of the Earth's spirit realm. The 7 of them quickly left the Dao Defender Tower and headed west. Grand Truth City was very large, and things that happened in the corners were very well hidden. If one didn't purposefully investigate, they wouldn't know what was going on. But since the Dao Defender Tower was here, they naturally wouldn't let anything slip by. Therefore, Yu Zhengxiao had found traces of the demonic path in the west. With the Tao Defender Alliance's attitude towards the demonic path, they would pursue them to the end without mercy. They would kill without mercy and nip all demonic path factions in the bud. They wouldn't allow them to rise and maintain the stability of the Taiyuan continent. Only then would the Taiyuan continent not be attacked by the demonic path from the inside and outside. Which of the continents occupied by the demonic path hadn't fallen into chaos from the inside? The demonic army had invaded and broken through, finally falling into the claws of the demonic path. Only by maintaining internal stability would they be able to better resist the invasion of the demonic path. Under Feng Shigui's lead, the 7 of them quickly made their way to a small alley in the west of the city. Their expressions immediately turned grave, because they could feel traces of a sinister aura lingering in the alley. It was a very evil aura. It really is the aura of the demonic path. Feng Shigui's expression was frosty as his eyes shone with a frightening light. Senior Brother Feng, this aura should belong to a demonic path expert who cultivates the Yin demon methods. They should be from the Yin demon school. A long-faced man spoke with great certainty after carefully identifying the aura. After pursuing the demonic path factions many times, they all possessed extraordinary abilities and rich experience. They all had their own strengths. How is their cultivation? Feng Shigui asked. This long-faced man was from the Daoguard Tower in Dezhen City and was quite adept at distinguishing auras. Their cultivation should be between the 3rd and 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. There are 2 of them, one stronger than the other weaker. The long-faced man spoke after carefully identifying the aura. Although he was adept at distinguishing auras, it wasn't an easy task to determine cultivation through the lingering aura. He couldn't be very precise and could only give a rough estimate. Between the 3rd and 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, the light in Feng Shigui's eyes grew brighter. His cultivation was now at the 7th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. Even if the 2 demonic path cultivators were both at the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, they still wouldn't be his match. Not to mention that he had 6 junior brothers who weren't weak either. Junior Brother Lin, can you find the whereabouts of the 2 demonic path experts through the lingering aura? Feng Shigui asked again. Please wait a moment, Senior Brother Feng. The long-faced man's face was solemn after he finished speaking. He focused all of his attention on observing and sensing with all of his might. After about 7 minutes, the long-faced man strode forward with Feng Shigui and the others immediately following. With the long-faced man's ability to track auras, Feng Shigui and the others had killed quite a few demonic path experts. The long-faced man followed the lingering auras and walked further and further into the wilderness. He gradually came to a section of the city wall and was blocked by it. Senior Brother Feng, it looks like the 2 demonic path experts have left the city. The long-faced man's eyes shone brightly as if he could see through the city wall. After them, Feng Shigui didn't hesitate at all. The 7 of them immediately crossed the city wall and continued their pursuit. The 7 of them quickly left Dezhen City and continued forward into the forest. Stop! Feng Shigui suddenly paused and called out at the same time, his expression grave, not long after they'd entered the forest. Senior Brother Feng, what is it? The others all asked. Do you all feel that something is off? Feng Shigui's expression was grave as his eyes focused, and a sharp light swept across them like lightning. Senior Brother Feng, are you saying that this is a trap set by the demonic path? Yu Zhengxiao's thoughts raced as he spoke immediately. That's right. This feeling has become more and more obvious after we've left the city. Feng Shigui admitted quite directly. Junior brothers, it's best that we withdraw from this forest first. Just as Feng Shigui's words were spoken and the group was about to move, waves of cold, sinister air swiftly spread out from all directions. Layers of shadows suddenly appeared and surrounded the group. Ha 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 ha! You're worthy of being a disciple of the Sky Peak sect. You've discovered that something is wrong so quickly, but it's too late. Eerie laughter rang out like an owl's, sending chills down one's spine. Figures dressed in long black robes appeared all around them, as if they'd become one with the shadows of the forest. They gave off a fleeting and unreal feeling, as if they were illusions. Rats of the Shadow Demon Sect. Feng Shigui's mouth quirked up in a cold smile. You dare show yourselves? You're too naive if you think you can take us on with just a few rats. A 6th-level Earth Spirit Realm disciple's face was filled with killing intent as his voice was as cold as the edge of blade. Although the 5 Shadow Demon Sect disciples who'd formed an encirclement gave off strong auras, they didn't exceed the 7th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. They were 6th level at most. It would be quite difficult for them to take on Feng Shigui's group of 7. Chapter 1092. When the ancient voice sounded, gusts of sinister wind seemed to appear out of thin air, blowing over with a whooshing sound. The tens of thousands of tree branches in the surroundings swayed and rustled, making one's hair stand on end. Feng Shigui and the others' expressions changed as well, becoming incomparably solemn. An expert. This was a demonic expert, even stronger than the 5 around them. An expert that made even Feng Shigui feel pressured. 4th Elder, you've come. The 5 Shadow Demon Sect members all bowed in one direction. The grass and trees parted as a shadow appeared, as light as a feather. It didn't seem to be walking, but rather had left the ground and floated over. It was also a person shrouded in a long robe. His features couldn't be seen clearly, but judging from his voice, he shouldn't be young. The aura emanating from this figure was very strong and sinister. 8th level Earth Spirit Realm. Feng Shigui's expression grew more and more serious. Under normal circumstances, demonic cultivators were often a bit stronger than righteous cultivators of the same level, because their methods and martial arts were often quite extreme. Therefore, an 8th level Earth Spirit Realm expert of the Shadow Demon School would be stronger than an ordinary 8th level Earth Spirit Realm expert. Feng Shigui was now at the initial 7th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. As a genius himself, it was easy for him to challenge those of a higher level. However, it was quite a bit of pressure for him to face off against an 8th level Earth Spirit Realm expert. Junior brothers, I'll hold off the 4th Elder. You kill the other 5 as quickly as possible, and then come help me. Feng Shigui immediately sent a message to the other 6. All right, senior brother Feng. Everyone responded immediately. His long sword was unsheathed as sword light flashed, tearing through the air as it shot mercilessly towards the 4th Elder. At the same time, Yu Zhengxiao's long sword was unsheathed as the light from the blade flashed through the air, attacking one of the Shadow Demon Sect members. The other 5 Sky Peak Sect members also made their moves, showing no mercy. Stubborn fools. The 4th Elder of the Shadow Demon Sect roared angrily as a sinister aura billowed out like a gale, uprooting all the trees in the surroundings. It was incomparably terrifying. His hands, which were hidden under the wide sleeves of his black robe, also reached out in an instant. They were withered like ghost claws, and dark yin qi surrounded them. They were as sharp as blades, and with incomparable viciousness, they grabbed at Feng Shigui. Feng Shigui could feel the strength of his opponent as soon as they exchanged blows. He wasn't someone an ordinary 8th level Earth Spirit Realm expert could compare to. With a sword in his hand, Feng Shigui exerted all of his strength. The sword light was like a rainstorm falling from the sky. Every sword was incomparably sharp. It stabbed crazily, but it was all blocked by the ghost claws of the 4th Elder of the Shadow Demon School. Claw shadows filled the sky and attacked from all directions. The yin qi was chilling and the baleful aura was shocking. It tore the sky apart like a ghastly purgatory and covered Shigui. The cold, baleful aura kept attacking his body. Feng Shigui felt a chill invade his body, interfering with the circulation of his spirit qi. Even his qi and blood were affected. His skin was slightly numb. Feng Shigui's expression was solemn as his features were grave. He circulated his spirit qi with all of his spirit qi, trying his best to defend against the invasion of the Yin Qi. However, the difference in cultivation levels still affected his strength slightly. Although it was very slight, it was obvious in a fight between experts. After shattering the sword light, a claw viciously clawed at Feng Shigue's body. Even though Feng Shigue tried his best to defend, he was still hit and flew backwards. The protective spirit Qi and inner armor on his body were all torn apart, leaving behind 3 claw marks. The claw marks were dark and emitted traces of Yin Qi. They kept invading Feng Shigue's body, causing a faint trace of darkness to appear on his face. The Shadow Demon School's 4th elder injured Feng Shigue with his claw and shot out explosively. Like a Yin demon emerging from closed-door cultivation, his claws were suffused with a dark aura. They were extremely cold as they clawed at Feng Shigue mercilessly. He would tear Feng Shigue's body apart in the next breath. Universe Sword. Feng Shigue forcefully suppressed the Yin Qi within his body and roared out violently. His spirit Qi exploded forth in an instant as the longsword in front of him flashed with incomparably dazzling light, forming an incomparably sturdy defense. This move was purely defensive and possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Even those who were slightly stronger than Feng Shigue would find it difficult to break through it. The Universe Sword blocked the Shadow Demon School's elder's killing blow. The sword light shattered, and the tyrannical strength sent Feng Shigue flying backwards. His blood and Qi roiled as his organs were impacted. A wave of Yin Qi invaded his body once again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that emanated traces of Yin Qi. Senior brother Feng, Yu Zhengxiao and the others were greatly alarmed when they saw Feng Shigue injured again. Their attacks were also affected as they were repelled by the 5 Shadow Demon School experts. These 5 experts weren't weak. The weakest was at the 4th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, while the strongest was at the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. The strongest amongst Yu Zhengxiao's group was at the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, but there was only one of them. 2 of them were at the 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, while the other 3 were at the 4th level. For example, Yu Zhengxiao was at the 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. Originally, Yu Zhengxiao's cultivation wouldn't have risen so quickly, but the great changes in the Kanglan continent had brought about a great calamity as well as many fortuitous encounters, further stimulating everyone's potential. Moreover, because of Chun Zong, the fortunes of the Remote Sky sect had become exceedingly strong. The disciples of the Remote Sky sect had all received good fortune, increasing their cultivation speed and finding fortuitous encounters more easily. This was especially evident for the disciples who had decent potential to begin with. Perhaps Yu Zhengxiao's potential couldn't compare to those geniuses, but he was still one of the top geniuses on the Kanglan continent. His own hard work and the great changes brought about by the demon race had caused his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, allowing him to reach the 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm today. Feng Shigue had been injured twice. The Shadow Demon School's 4th elder waved his sharp claws, immediately repelling and injuring Yu Zhengxiao and the others. All 7 of the Remote Sky sect had been injured in an instant, greatly decreasing their strength. Spare their lives and bring them back alive, the Shadow Demon School's 4th elder said darkly. Under his black robe, a pair of cold eyes were extremely ruthless. Make good use of them and let more righteous sects walk right into our trap. Kikik, 4th elder is right. Kill more righteous sects and plunge the Remote Sky continent into chaos. When the time comes, it will be easier to welcome the arrival of the ancient Sky Demon Palace. The Shadow Demon School was actually related to the ancient Sky Demon Palace. Many years ago, the remnants of the ancient Sky Demon Palace had left behind some inheritances that had been obtained and established. The ancient Sky Demon Palace was the leader of the demonic sections. Therefore, many demonic sects wanted to join them, and the Shadow Demon School was no exception. Senior brother Feng, you go first. Yu Zhengxiao transmitted his voice, preparing to block the Shadow Demon School's experts with the other 5 to buy time for Feng Shigue. After all, Feng Shigue's cultivation was the highest, and his strength was the strongest. He had the highest chance of escaping and returning to Grand True City to report the situation. Feng Shigue made a prompt decision, exploding forth with a slash of his sword. A majestic sword chi pierced through the air, attacking the fourth elder of the Shadow Demon School. At the same time, he used his movement technique with all his strength, rapidly retreating. At this time, he had to leave and bring the news back to the Dao Guardian Tower, allowing others to prepare. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would fall into the same trap as this time. However, the fourth elder of the Shadow Demon School seemed to have expected it. His claws tore through the air, directly shattering that majestic sword chi. His figure shot out like an arrow, piercing through the air towards Feng Shigue, blocking his path. This elder advises you to obediently surrender. Perhaps you can still live. After blocking Feng Shigue, the fourth elder of the Shadow Demon School said in a sinister tone, his words filled with pressure and threat. Whether you can live or not is not up to you to decide. Very unexpectedly, a voice rang out. It was calm and indifferent, as if the sky was high and the clouds were far away, startling everyone. Ooh! The fourth elder of the Shadow Demon School raged. In Chi was dense, and In wind roared. The other 5 experts of the Shadow Demon School also rapidly looked around, but they didn't discover anything. This voice, it seems a bit familiar. Yu Jingxiao was inwardly surprised, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he quickly searched his memories, but couldn't find it. Feng Shigue and the others were also astonished, but some hope appeared in their hearts. As long as a righteous expert came, the situation would be advantageous to them. A figure descended from the sky, riding on a white cloud. The white cloud disappeared, and the figure also landed. Senior Brother Feng, Senior Brother Yu, long time no see. As soon as the newcomer landed, he smiled at Feng Shigue and Yu Jingxiao. You are. Feng Shigue and Yu Jingxiao stared at Chunzong in astonishment, because they found that they didn't know him at all. However, for some reason, they felt that he seemed a little familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. Back then, when Chunzong entered the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, he was already over 20 years old, and his appearance was even more mature than now. Moreover, because he had changed his body, although this body's appearance gradually became closer to his original appearance as time passed, there were still some differences. Those who weren't familiar with Chunzong would have a hard time recognizing him. At most, like Yu Jingxiao, they felt that he was a little familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before, but they couldn't remember. Shortly after, Yu Jingxiao's eyes widened as he stared at Chunzong. His mouth also opened wide, and he pointed at Chunzong. He wanted to say something, but no matter what, he couldn't because he was too excited. I am Chunzong. Chunzong smiled. Yu Jingxiao was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself, his whole body trembling. Chunzong, third junior brother. Feng Shigue's eyes also widened, his face full of disbelief. They had also tried to find Chunzong's whereabouts and used all possible forces, but unfortunately, they couldn't find him. It was as if he had disappeared. For a time, they thought that Chunzong was already dead. It wasn't until the ancient demonic palace reappeared and the demonic army came again, that the Kanglan continent fell into the demonic disaster, that they temporarily stopped searching for Chunzong. They didn't expect that Chunzong was still alive. Chun Shidi, leave quickly and go to the Dao Guard Tower in Dijin City. Tell the elders what happened here. Junior Brother Feng said immediately. In Feng Shigue's opinion, although Chunzong's talent was outstanding, his cultivation time wasn't as long as his. He might not be a match for the fourth elder of the Shadow Demon sect. Just now, Chunzong came here by riding on a white cloud, which meant that Chunzong had a flying treasure. Taking advantage of this opportunity to leave this place, the chances of him escaping were very high. Escape? You are dreaming. The fourth elder of the Shadow Demon sect laughed strangely, his killing intent cold. Chapter 1093. For safety's sake, The fourth elder personally made a move. His figure shot out like an arrow, leaving the bow, incredibly fast. It was only after his figure had crossed several hundred meters that an extremely sharp wind, splitting sound rang out. An extremely cold chill blew like a gale, battering Chunzong's body. However, this kind of chill had no effect on Chunzong at all. When the fourth elder's claw tore through the air, carrying the intent to kill as it clawed towards Chunzong, a flash of sword light as bright and cold as snow tore through the air. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes, not daring to look at it directly for fear of being blinded. When the sword light appeared, it was as if the sun was in the sky, melting the ice and snow, leaving nothing to hide. The cold aura was torn apart as the claw in the air was also destroyed in an instant. The sword light was unstoppable and unstoppable as it cut through the body of the fourth elder. The sword was so fast that the fourth elder didn't even feel it when he was cut open. The sword light exploded in that instant, splitting into 5 streaks as they tore through the air like flying swords. At the same time, they pierced through the foreheads of the other 5 Earth Spirit Realm experts, killing them instantly. When Feng Shi, Gui Zhengxiao, and the others opened their eyes, they saw a scene that shocked them to the core. 6 experts of the Shadow Demon School, one of whom was even at the 8th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, had all been killed. The elder in particular had been split open from head to toe, dying a horrible death. Chen Shidiyu, you killed them. Yu Zhengxiao stuttered. It wasn't that Chunzong couldn't be killed. He could be killed, and it was well done. It was just that it was too shocking and hard to believe. Feng Shi also found it hard to believe. This third junior brother's strength was just too strong. With a thought, Chunzong collected all the storage rings of the 6 Shadow Demon School's experts, then turned to the extreme Yuan Heaven Sect's disciples with a faint smile and said, "Senior brothers, how should we deal with this matter?" After all, Chunzong had just arrived and didn't know the specifics of the situation. Feng Shi and the others clearly knew what would happen after killing these demonic cultivators. Third junior brother, by killing people from the Devil Dao, you can accumulate devil-slaying merit points in the Dao Defense Alliance. You can exchange them there. Feng Shi explained, but junior apprentice brother still hasn't registered with the Dao Defender Alliance. You can keep the contribution points from killing these 6 Shadow Devil Gate experts and transfer them to junior apprentice brother when the time comes. Okay. Chunzong had no objections. He didn't care much about the contribution points anyway. After all, the cultivation of the Lingwu sacred world far surpassed that of the Kanglan world. Similarly, the treasures of the Lingwu sacred world were not something that the Kanglan world could compare to. Therefore, Chunzong felt that there might not be anything in the Kanglan world that could catch his attention. If there was anything that he truly needed, it would be spirit stones. Spirit stones could restore the power of the Heart Sword Seal and allow him to return to the Lingwu sacred world. In addition, there were also pills or elixirs that could increase his cultivation. But at his cultivation level, it wasn't easy to rely on external items to increase his cultivation, even in the Lingwu sacred world, let alone in the Kanglan world. After dealing with these matters, Feng Shi led the group back to the Dao Defender Tower in Dajin City. Along the way, Yu Zhengxiao was naturally very curious about Chunzong's whereabouts. Chunzong repeated what he had told Elder Song Xian, but it didn't arouse any suspicion because it wasn't impossible. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't find any news about you all these years. Yu Zhengxiao sighed, a little envious of Chunzong's luck. His cultivation had increased, his strength had increased, and even his appearance had become much younger. Of course, the latter wasn't the main point. The main point was the former. Feng Shi couldn't help but ask, "Third junior brother, what's your current cultivation?" Back then, Chunzong's cultivation was far inferior to his. But now, it seemed that Chunzong's cultivation was higher than his, and not just by a little bit. Second senior brother, my cultivation is now at the 2nd layer of the heavenly profound stage, and I'm about to break through to the 3rd layer. Chunzong smiled. Gasps sounded one after another as the 7 Tai Yuan Heaven Sect disciples stared at Chunzong in shock and disbelief. If Chunzong said that his cultivation was at the 9th layer of the Earth Spirit stage, everyone would be shocked, but they would still find it acceptable. After all, the Earth Spirit stage was the same level as them. But the Heavenly Profound stage and the Earth Spirit stage were two different concepts and belonged to the gap between two great realms. Since ancient times, how many experts have been stuck at the limit of the 9th layer of the Earth Spirit stage, unable to break through until they died of old age and regretted it for the rest of their lives? Although they were all geniuses of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect and were confident that they could break through to the Heavenly Profound stage, it would take many years. Even Feng Shige, who had the highest cultivation, believed that it would take at least 20 years or even 100 years to break through to the Heavenly Profound stage. But Qinzong had already left them far behind and had become a Heavenly Profound expert. Moreover, he wasn't at the first layer of the Heavenly Profound stage, but the second layer, and was about to break through to the 3rd layer. After all, Chunzong was younger than them. The 7 looked at Chunzong as if they were looking at a giant monster, and they were extremely shocked. After a while, the 7 gradually came to their senses, but the shock in their hearts still existed, and it was like a surging tide. 3rd junior brother, Feng Shige, didn't know what to say. 2nd senior brother, I've come to ask you if you have any news about the antidote to the demonic poison? Chunzong asked in a serious voice and revealed his purpose. The antidote to the demonic poison. Feng Shigui's face darkened slightly, and he frowned. Then, he shook his head helplessly. I've been searching for it for many years, but I still haven't found it. It's too difficult. Hearing Feng Shigui's words, Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he wasn't too disappointed. 3rd junior brother, come with me to the Path Guardian Tower first, and we can catch up, Feng Shigui said. It's not easy to find the antidote to the demonic poison, so we don't lack time. Okay. Chunzong's thoughts turned. The antidote to the demonic poison was indeed difficult to find. Otherwise, Feng Shigui wouldn't have worked so hard for so many years without any results. Therefore, a little bit of time was indeed not a problem. After waking up from the shock brought about by Chunzong's cultivation, everyone became even more friendly. Chunzong didn't put on any airs. In fact, Chunzong never put on airs. Usually, if you treat me with sincerity, I'll treat you with sincerity. But if you treat me as an enemy, I won't be merciful. Chunzong also learned about the current situation of the Path Guardian Alliance, Grand Truth City, and the situation of the demonic forces in the Taiyuan continent. According to what we know, the Master of the Shadow Demon School is a profound sky expert, and the Great Elder of the Shadow Demon School is also a profound sky expert, Yu Zhengxiao said. However, the Path Guardian Tower in Grand Truth City has a profound sky elder of our Taiyuan heavenly sect overseeing it. The people of the Shadow Demon School don't dare to appear openly. Chunzong nodded. Although the demonic forces had recovered because of the ancient Heaven Devil Palace, it hadn't been long enough. The demonic forces weren't strong enough, especially in a place like the Taiyuan continent where there were peak forces overseeing it. It was even more difficult for the demonic forces to appear. They could only move in the dark like rats, waiting for an opportunity to cause some destruction and trouble. But this was only temporary. The Path Guardian Alliance always felt that the demonic forces were planning something. When the time came, they would completely erupt. At that time, it might be the time for the righteous and demonic forces to fight. When Chunzong and the others returned to Grand Truth City's Path Guardian Tower, waves of cold wind blew in the forest outside Grand Truth City. The wind swept through, causing the uncle to sway, as if he was about to be uprooted. It was as if a storm was approaching. It was incomparably terrifying. Shortly after, 2 black shadows silently descended from the sky. They were 2 people wearing black robes. Under the cover of the black robes, their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They're all dead. A somewhat old voice rang out, bringing with it traces of coldness that spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by more than 10 degrees. It's a sword wound, killed with a single sword strike. The other voice was slightly younger, but it was very obscure. It sounded like metal scraping against each other, making people feel that it was very ear-piercing. The attacker is very strong, at least at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. He should be a 9th level Earth Spirit Realm genius from the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. The old voice rang out again. A 9th level Earth Spirit Realm genius from the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect? The slightly younger voice seemed to be deliberating. According to normal logic, their analysis wasn't wrong. After all, the 6 experts of the Shadow Demon School were only in the Earth Spirit Realm. Under normal circumstances, Sky Profound Realm experts wouldn't casually attack them. Moreover, these people weren't stupid. They wouldn't provoke a Sky Profound Realm expert unless they were extremely unlucky. These 2 people were the Shadow Demon School's Master and Great Elder. They were both in the Sky Profound Realm and were experts of the demonic path. Looks like the plan to destroy the Daogar Tower into Zhan City won't go so smoothly. The old voice of the Shadow Demon School's Great Elder rang out again. No worries. I've already contacted an expert from the Shadow Demon Flag of the Ancient Demon Palace. He'll be here in a few days. When the time comes, that expert will lead us to attack the Zhan City and destroy the Daogar Tower in one fell swoop. The Shadow Demon School's master's voice became colder and colder, filled with killing intent. We should make more preparations. The Shadow Demon School's Great Elder said. Only by being fully prepared could the plan go smoothly and prevent any accidents from happening. Yes, other than that expert from the Shadow Demon Flag, I've also contacted the Blood Demon School's master. When the time comes, they'll also come and join us to attack the Zhan City. After that, we'll destroy the Daogar Towers and the other cities step by step and the so-called Dao Defender Alliance to welcome the arrival of the Ancient Demon Palace. The Shadow Demon School's master's voice became colder and colder, and the surrounding temperature dropped even more. Good. Since Master has already made the plan, this elder will wait for the arrival of all the experts. Then, we'll move out in one fell swoop. While speaking, the Shadow Demon School's Great Elder let out a sinister laugh. After that, the Great Elder of the Shadow Demon School waved his hand. A row of jet-black flames surged out, sweeping over the 6 corpses on the ground in an instant. This was the Flame. The 6 corpses were immediately set ablaze, burning fiercely. However, there was no sound. Not long after, the 6 corpses were completely burned into ashes by the Flame, completely disappearing. After doing all this, the Shadow Demon School's Great Elder and the Shadow Demon School's Master once again soared into the sky. Without making any sound, they streaked across the sky like owls and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1094. The strongest person in Zhan City's Dao Guardian Tower was an elder of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. He had a powerful cultivation of the 3rd tier of the Profound Heavens realm, and his surname was Li. Good. Green Feather Mountain has a successor. Elder Li laughed heartily and was very happy. The other elders of the Profound Heavens realm were the same. The price that the Lord of Green Feather Mountain paid was not in vain. With you here, Green Feather Mountain may replace Tianyuan Mountain as the first mountain of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, Elder Li said with a smile. Elder Li, you flatter me, Chunzong said modestly. In terms of seniority, Chunzong was not as good as Elder Li. After all, Elder Li and the Lord of Green Feather Mountain were of the same generation. However, Chunzong was now an elder of Green Feather Mountain and was recognized by the entire sect. In addition to his peerless talent, his status was not inferior to Elder Li's at all. Even though the conversation between the elders was just idle chatter, it was not something that disciples could casually interrupt. Feng Shigui and the others all sat quietly to the side. However, they were still very shocked. They were shocked by Chunzong's cultivation and strength, and by Chunzong's current status. A disciple and an elder were 2 completely different levels of status. Of course, there were some genius disciples whose status was comparable to or even higher than some elders. However, for a peerless genius like Chunzong to become an elder, His status was incomparable. Chunzong did not find out about the antidote to the demonic poison from Feng Shigui. However, he did not leave immediately and planned to stay here for a while. After all, he had not seen Yu Zhengxiao, the senior brother who had brought him into the Tai Yuan Heaven sect for many years. He missed him a little. Moreover, his cultivation had improved greatly and his strength was much stronger than before. Yu Zhengxiao could not compare to him in any aspect. Therefore, it was necessary to give Yu Zhengxiao some guidance indirectly. The cultivation methods and martial arts of the Lingwu Holy World were much better than those of the Canglan world in terms of level. They were essentially superior. It was as if Chunzong was standing on the shoulders of giants, overlooking Yu Zhengxiao and the others. Under his guidance, Yu Zhengxiao, Feng Shigui, and the others were all geniuses. They absorbed Chunzong's guidance and turned it into their own. Although their cultivation didn't improve much, their spiritual energy became pure, and their martial arts attainments improved further. 3 days passed in a row. In addition to the necessary cultivation, the people of the Dao Guardian Tower also patrolled around Grand True City to see if there were any traces of the demon Dao. However, it was a pity that he didn't notice it at all. It was different from usual. The entire Dajin City was in a very peaceful atmosphere, just like when the demonic forces had yet to recover. A storm is coming. Elderly sighed, his eyes sparkling. After living for so many years and experiencing so many things, how could he not feel that something was wrong with Dajin City? The demonic forces might be brewing some conspiracy. Elder Ming, who was at the second level of the sky profound realm, said with certainty. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. Those who could cultivate to the sky profound realm were no fools. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. I don't care what kind of conspiracy it is. As long as those rats dare to show up, I will crush them all. A tall and sturdy elder with thick palms had murderous intent in his eyes. He laughed and grabbed the air with his thick palms as if he was going to crush something. It made an ear-piercing sound of air exploding. It was very frightening. This elder was also at the second level of the sky, profound realm. His surname was Zhong. He was different from Elder Ming in terms of wisdom and rationality. He advocated using violence to curb violence. His martial arts were all focused on his hands, which were like bear paws. They had terrifying power. Therefore, he was also called the Giant Hand Elder. Don't be careless. Increase your vigilance. Elderly said. 2 days later, Chunzong and the others felt that Dajin City had become more peaceful. It was so peaceful that it was somewhat quiet, which made them feel a little uneasy. It's time for the wind to blow. Chunzong whispered as he stood in front of the window on the top floor of the Dao Guardian Tower and looked out at the blue sky. These days, Dajin City had been very peaceful, so peaceful that Chunzong had a bad feeling. One had to know that Chunzong's soul sense was already stronger than that of an ordinary peak 9th level transcendent realm cultivator. After his soul liquefied, his soul sense had undergone a transformation, becoming stronger and more sensitive to the outside world. This was another reason why Chunzong had stayed behind for the time being. He estimated that something would happen in the next 1 or 2 days, and it would not be a small one. Night fell. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Most of the lights in Dajin City were extinguished, plunging the city into darkness. Most people had fallen into a deep sleep. Outside Dajin City, a gust of cold wind blew through the air. Accompanied by the cold wind, black shadows flew out of the forest as if they were weightless. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 130 figures, each of them exuding a tyrannical aura. 100 of them were extreme mortal realm experts, at least at the 4th layer of the extreme mortal realm. 30 of them were earthly spirit realm experts, with the weakest at the 3rd layer of the earthly spirit realm and the strongest at the 9th layer of the earthly spirit realm. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. Then 2 silhouettes silently flew down from the sky and landed quickly. Greetings, Sect Master, Great Elder. The 30 figures saluted. The newcomers were the Sect Master and Great Elder of the Shadow Demon School. One of them was at the first layer of the sky profound realm, while the other was at the second layer of the sky profound realm. The sect master and great elder of the Shadow Demon School didn't pay any attention to the experts of the Shadow Demon School. After landing, they quickly turned to the side and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Demon Generals." All of a sudden, the chilly wind became stronger. A gust of wind blew, making whistling sounds. A black cloud, accompanied by the chilly wind, quickly drifted over from afar. An astonishing cold pressure covered the sky and covered the earth, making the bodies of the experts of the Shadow Demon School sink, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. The great elder and sect master of the Shadow Demon School bowed and didn't stand up. The black cloud drifted closer, and a figure could be seen in the middle. He was wearing a black battle robe, and behind him was a long black cloak. The black cloud was brought about by the cloak. Demon General. He was one of the 13 demon flags of the ancient Heaven Devil Palace, the Shadow Demon Flag. The ancient Heaven Devil Palace's strategy was to first disrupt the continents from the inside. The method was naturally to let the experts of the ancient Heaven Devil Palace take action and integrate the forces of the Demon Tao in the various continents, creating chaos and massacres. It would be easier for the demon army to invade. Now, the ancient desolate continent had already fallen into chaos, and the Hanli continent was also on the verge of chaos. The Demon Tao forces in the Taiyuan continent couldn't appear because the Taiyuan continent's forces were too strong and the Demon Tao forces were too weak. If it was possible, the ancient Heaven Devil Palace would naturally send more experts over. However, it wouldn't be easy. The sect of the Taiyuan continent wouldn't let things go so easily. The more people there were, the harder it would be to act. Hence, this time, only a demon general of the Shadow Demon Flag came. They would first integrate some Demon Tao forces and create destruction in small areas, then slowly expand the war results. It could be considered as a vanguard and a probe. Dispense with the formalities. That demon general spoke. His voice was cryptic and gloomy, causing the experts of the Shadow Demon sect to feel their hearts sink. They felt as though they had fallen into a cold abyss. "Now, follow me into the city and kill until the heavens and earth are turned upside down." The moment the demon general of the Shadow Demon Flag finished speaking, he soared into the air again, transforming into a dark cloud. He brought along a torrential killing intent as he rushed towards the Grand True City. "Let's go." The Shadow Demon sect leader and Grand Elder spoke in unison as they moved swiftly. The experts of the Shadow Demon sect immediately rushed towards the Grand True City. Their killing intent surged out uncontrollably from their bodies, along with the chilling aura. With over 130 people moving together, their might was shocking. Everywhere they passed, the chilling wind would surge, and not a single blade of grass would survive. The Tao Guardian Tower was located at the northern corner of the Grand True City. The experts of the Shadow Demon sect followed the Demon General of the Shadow Demon Flag as they rapidly flew towards the Tao Guardian Tower. Their killing intent and chilling aura were not concealed at all. "They are here." Elder Lee's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, emitting a shocking cold light. It was as if he could see through the wall as he looked into the distance. "Everyone, listen to my order. Get ready for battle." In the past 5 days, the Grand True City had been abnormally peaceful. It had already alerted Elder Lee and the others. They had been waiting and preparing for battle at all times. Now, the wind was blowing. From several thousand meters away, the Demon General of the Shadow Demon Flag made a grabbing motion with his right hand. A black light shot out from his storage ring. It was a pitch-black machete. The tip of the machete was extremely cold. As soon as it appeared, the air in the surroundings seemed to be frozen. The Demon General waved his machete. The pitch-black machete emitted a shocking black light. The chilling aura surged and fluctuated. A 10-meter-long black machete light tore through the vast sky, carrying an extremely terrifying power. It attacked the Tao Guardian Tower as if it could split a mountain. If it was hit directly, the Tao Guardian Tower would be split in half in an instant. In that moment of danger, Elder Li's figure flashed and appeared outside the tower. He stood in the air as a tiger-headed machete appeared in his hand. He raised it up high and gripped the hilt with both his hands. A powerful energy surged and poured into the machete. The tiger pattern on the machete lit up as if a fierce tiger had jumped out. Chop! The machete light was shocking as it condensed into an extremely ferocious, huge tiger. It rushed out in the air. The tiger-shaped machete light and the pitch-black machete light clashed in an instant. The terrifying power exploded in an instant, spreading out in all directions. The shocking power was like a sharp blade that tore through the vast sky. It covered the entire area and shattered the vast ground below into ruins. Not bad. You can actually block my first attack. The Shadow Demon Flag General's cryptic voice sounded. It was extremely evil, as if it came from all directions. Then, he waved the machete in his hand again. The pitch-black light spread out. As it breathed in and out, it crossed dozens of meters in the air. It violently fluctuated as it slashed out again. This time, it was completely different from the first attack. It was not a machete light, but a black wave. The waves rose and fell one after another. Each black wave was formed by countless machete lights. It was extremely terrifying. Facing this attack, Elder Li's face became serious. He could not help but become serious because he realized that this attack was extremely powerful. He did not have the confidence to block it. However, he could not retreat. Behind him was the Tao Guardian Tower. It was not a treasure, but it was a symbol. Moreover, there were many people inside the tower. The peerless genius of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect, Chun Zong, was among them. If he was hit by this attack, not only would the Tao Guardian Tower be cut into pieces, but the people inside would also die. As a result, he could not retreat. Since he could not retreat, he could only rely on his own strength and ability to block the attack. Moreover, he had to block it. Only then would he be able to protect the Tao Guard Tower and the juniors of the Supreme Yuan Heavenly Sect. He would fight to live from the brink of death. His spirit energy instantly erupted from his body and poured into the machete. Then, an extremely violent roar rang out. It was like a tiger roaring in the forest. Under the night sky, it constantly fluctuated. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1095. With a boom, the black wave-like saber light chopped down on Elder Li's large saber. The tiger-shaped saber light paused for a moment before it was defeated in a stalemate. Elder Li's expression changed greatly, but he didn't dare to retreat. He braced himself and unleashed all of his strength, trying his best to defend against this terrifying blade. He was forced to retreat continuously, feeling as if the blade in his hand was about to fly out. His chi and blood surged, and his spiritual energy shook. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backwards, crashing into the Tao Guard Tower. From the moment Elder Li appeared to the moment he was sent flying, it was actually a very short time. Elder Ming and Giant Hand Zhong Chonglao appeared at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, holding Elder Li's body. They only felt a powerful force pulling them back continuously. Fortunately, they used all of their strength to stop their bodies from crashing into the Tao Guard Tower. The three of them looked very serious. Fourth level of the sky, profound realm. Elder Li's heart sank. The difference between the third and fourth level of the sky, profound realm, wasn't small. One person was enough to suppress the three of them. Elder Li and the others had guessed that the recent peace was due to undercurrents, but they never thought that the demonic faction would have such an expert appear. According to their information, the strongest expert of the Shadow Demon School who was wreaking havoc in the Dajian City area was at the second level of the sky, profound realm. There were 3 people in the Dajian City's Tao Guard Tower who could deal with him, so they weren't afraid at all. However, the current situation was unexpected. A 4th level sky, profound realm demonic expert was undoubtedly very strong. The 3 of us will hold him back. Let the disciples retreat first. Elder Ming said seriously. Against a 4th level sky, profound realm devil Tao expert, If the three of them worked together, they would be able to stall him for a while, but they would not be able to kill him. The other two Sky Profound Realm experts in the Tao Guardian Tower were at the first level. The current situation was that a fourth-level Sky Profound Realm demonic Tao practitioner had come to attack, and the two Sky Profound Realm practitioners from the Shadow Demon School had also appeared afterwards. They'd even brought a few dozen Earth Spirit Realm practitioners with them. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Tao Guard Tower. Where there's life, there's hope. At this moment, they had forgotten the fact that Chunzong was also in the second level of the Sky Profound Realm. After all, Chunzong hadn't fought in front of them, and they hadn't known each other for long. Members of the Shadow Devil School, listen to my orders. Kill without mercy. The Shadow Devil School's master's gloomy and cryptic voice rang out, filled with astonishing killing intent. Kill! More than 130 extreme realm and spiritual realm experts of the Shadow Demon School roared one after another. Their killing intent shook the heavens. They transformed into a gust of night wind and swept across. Kill! Another battle cry came from the Tao Guardian Tower. It was the disciples of the remote Yuan Heavenly Sect. The extreme mortal realm, Earth Spirit realm, and two first-level Sky Profound Realm elders all rushed out. Extreme mortal realm against extreme mortal realm. Earth Spirit realm against Earth Spirit realm. Profound Sky realm against Profound Sky realm. Kill! Feng Shi, Gue Zhengxiao, and the others all went to find the Earth Spirit realm experts of the Shadow Devil School. However, they didn't bite off more than they could chew. Instead, they looked for people they could deal with. For a moment, with the Tao Guardian Tower as the center, the righteous and demonic sects were in a chaotic battle. Frightening energy blasted out in all directions, wantonly destroying everything. Fortunately, the area around the Tao Guardian Tower was empty. Thus, they were able to cause even more damage. However, the moment the battle started, it had already alerted the entire Dajin city, especially the people around the Tao Guardian Tower, who were the first to feel it. One by one, they woke up from their sleep. Their faces were deathly pale as they scrambled to escape, fearing that they would be affected. If they were affected and died in this kind of fierce battle, there would be no way to redress their grievances. Elder Li, Elder Ming, and Zhong Zhonglao worked together and used all their strength to stall the Shadow Devil Flag's fourth-level Sky Profound Realm expert. It was extremely difficult, and they didn't know how long they could last. The other two elders were facing off against the Shadow Devil School's master and great elder. However, the two elders of the Tao Guardian Tower were both at the first level of the Sky Profound Realm. One-on-one, they could fight against the great elder of the Shadow Devil School, but they couldn't defeat the Shadow Devil Sect's master, who was at the second level of the Sky Profound Realm. Die! An obscure voice seemed to resound from all directions, entering the elder's ears. That elder's complexion suddenly changed. He couldn't tell where the voice came from. He only felt a chilly wind assaulting him, and his entire body felt cold. Shortly after, silhouettes appeared one after another. They were like layers upon layers of ghostly shadows, accompanied by waves of chilly wind. They carried killing intent as they attacked that elder. This elder's heart sank, and his entire body felt cold. The opponent's strength was very strong, completely surpassing his own. He couldn't even withstand 3 moves. With this move, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. What should he do? If he was killed, the situation would be even more disadvantageous to his side. With a change of thought, this elder immediately became ruthless. He quickly poured all of his strength into the heaven wheel, wanting to detonate it and perish together with the opponent. Wait a moment. A gentle voice seemed to come from the void, entering the elder's ears, making him feel an indescribable peace of mind. Then, a wisp of sword light tore through the darkness, madly attacking. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart at this moment. The figure of the Shadow Demon Sect's master was also forced out in an instant. It was as if the sun was shining, and the shadows disappeared. He didn't even have time to make a sound before that sword light slashed through the body of the shadow demon's sex master like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable and indestructible. Kill. The shadow demon's sex master was directly split open by that sharp sword light, his body torn apart. After that sword light killed the shadow demon's sex master, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to attack, killing another 6 shadow demon sex experts before disappearing. The might of that one sword was so strong that it instantly made the shadow demon sex people raise their eyebrows in shock. Even the second layer of the sky, Profound Realm's master, was killed in one sword strike. Who was this? The fourth layer of the sky, Profound Realm's shadow demon flag general, was also shocked. His extremely sharp eyes swept across the sky, as if he wanted to see through all concealment. With a slash of his blade, the blade light surged out like a wave, transforming into 3 extremely shocking blade lights, instantly forcing Elder Li and the other 2 to retreat. "Come out for this, General!" Along with the violent shout, his killing intent shook the heavens. Once again, the blade slashed through the sky, and the biting cold blade light wanted to shatter the Dao Guardian Tower. Elder Li and the others were forced back. They were simply unable to block this attack. Just when the Dao Defender Tower was about to be struck, a wisp of stunning sword light appeared. It was like a ray of light piercing through the clouds. It was incomparably resplendent and dazzling, and it was like a brand in everyone's eyes. Wherever the sword light passed, the blade light paused for an instant, then shattered. This scene immediately made Elder Li and the other 2 extremely shocked. Who was it? Who exactly was it that could actually break the blade light of a fourth layer of the sky, Profound Realm's demon expert, with one sword strike? His strength definitely wasn't inferior to the opponent's. A trace of hope immediately emerged in everyone's hearts, as if the dark clouds had been pushed aside to reveal the bright moon. A figure stood in the air in front of the Dao Guardian Tower. That figure didn't look tall, at least compared to the Dao Guardian Tower. It seemed so small. It wasn't even 1/10 of the Dao Guardian Tower's size. No, it wasn't even 1/20th of the Dao Guardian Tower's size. But that seemingly small figure standing in front of the Dao Guardian Tower was like a towering giant, firmly protecting the Dao Guardian Tower. No one could break through it. That figure was the peerless genius of the Tai Yuan Heaven Sex Green Feather Mountain, Chunzong. Wasn't his cultivation at the second layer of the sky, Profound Realm? Why did his strength seem to be higher than the second layer of the sky, Profound Realm? However, Chunzong was a peerless genius. Challenging someone of a higher level wasn't difficult for him at all. However, using the cultivation of the second layer of the sky, Profound Realm, to fight against a fourth layer of the sky, Profound Realm, this gap in strength seemed a little too big. It was unbelievable. For a moment, Elder Li and the others only felt that their brains weren't enough. They couldn't wrap their heads around it and couldn't figure it out. The demon expert of the Shadow Demon Flag had already grasped his blade and shot out like an arrow from a bow, like a black lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. His long blade tore through everything. With extreme killing intent, he mercilessly attacked Chunzong. This blade could break the mountains and part the seas. Facing the strongest blade of the demon expert of the Shadow Demon Flag, Chunzong's expression was cold, and he didn't panic at all. It was as if the blade that was coming at him wasn't a blade that could break the mountains and part the seas, but a wisp of cool breeze. Holding the cold-edged sword in his hand, he didn't move his sword until the moment the opponent's blade came at him. Sword light flashed, and the cold light was extremely shocking. The sword shattered the opponent's blade light and counterattacked. Extremely horrified, the demon expert of the Shadow Demon Flag was extremely frightened. His whole body trembled, and he hurriedly burst out with all his strength, turning into streaks of dark shadows that were hard to distinguish between real and fake. He tried to dodge Chunzong's counterattack. This sword gave him a feeling that it was extremely dangerous. If he couldn't dodge it, he might die. He didn't have time to think about why such a terrifying expert appeared here. The intelligence didn't mention it at all. Dozens of shadows surrounded Chunzong, and it was hard to distinguish between real and fake. They held their blades and attacked him from all directions. This was a tyrannical, unique skill, 100 Shadow Kill, which could confuse the enemy and instantly counterattack. With this skill, this demon general had killed many strong enemies. This time, he thought he could also succeed. However, the dozens of shadows all paused, then exploded like smoke. A beam of sword light directly pierced through one of the shadows, and that shadow was revealed. It was the demon expert of a shadow demon flag. You? How did you know it was me? The obscure voice was full of confusion. 100 Shadow Kill was extremely mysterious. It was the martial art that the Shadow Demon Emperor of the Shadow Demon Flag was proud of. It was very brilliant. He had practiced it for many years and had already mastered its mystery. Even if the enemy was stronger than him, it would be difficult to distinguish where the real body was. But the opponent didn't hesitate. He attacked with his sword and directly pierced through his real body. The terrible sword chi raged inside his body, killing him. Because you're too weak. Shinzong's tone was very calm. He pulled out the cold-edged sword from the opponent's body, without a trace of blood on it. When the cold-edged sword left the body, it also took away the vitality of this demon general. His body fell down, but the curved blade and storage ring in his hand fell into Chunzong's hands, becoming Chunzong's spoils of war. Seeing the sect master die first, followed by the Heaven Ancient Devil Hall's experts, all the experts of the Devil Dao were terrified. Even their bodies started to tremble. Without any hesitation, the great elder of the Shadow Demon sect immediately moved. He exploded with his full speed and quickly flew in another direction, planning to escape this place. However, Chunzong's gaze swept over and landed on the great elder of the Shadow Demon sect, who was over 10,000 meters away. It made him, who was running at full speed, unconsciously tremble. A trace of extreme coldness seemed to surge out from the depths of his soul, freezing everything. In the next breath, Chunzong waved his sword. Chapter 1096. The second level of the sky, profound realm master of the Shadow Demon sect, died. The fourth level of the sky, profound realm master of the Shadow Demon flag, died. The first level of the sky, profound realm master of the Shadow Demon sect, died. In an instant, the rest of the Shadow Demon sect's extreme realm and Earth Spirit realm experts were terrified, completely losing their will to fight. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Dao Defender Tower's extreme Yuan Sky sect's disciples attacked with all their strength, killing without stopping. In just a short moment, dozens of Shadow Demon sect's experts were killed. The other Shadow Demon sect's experts reacted one after another, immediately fleeing in all directions, wanting to escape from this place. They swore that they would never go near Dezhun City again. They didn't even dare to go near it, because there was an extremely powerful expert overseeing this place. Jia, 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 Jia. At this moment, a strange and sinister laughter came from the other side of Dezhun City, filling heaven and earth, attracting everyone's attention. The smell of blood spread along with the night wind, causing everyone's expression to become serious. At first glance, half of the sky was dyed red by blood, spreading rapidly like a bloody tide, covering the sky and the earth, swallowing everything. Vaguely, everyone felt that Dezhun City was about to be drowned by a sea of blood. Many people in Dezhun City screamed one after another, sinking into despair and chaos. Blood Devil Sex Expert. Elder Li's eyes widened, his face solemn and filled with shock. This kind of aura was much more powerful than that of the Shadow Demon Flag's Demon General. Elder Qinzong, are you sure you can deal with him? Elder Ming immediately asked. The fourth level of the sky, profound realm expert from the Shadow Demon Flag, was so powerful. If it wasn't for Qinzong, they would have all died here. Now, an even more powerful demon sect expert had arrived. Except for Qinzong, no one was a match for him. But could Qinzong fight against him? It would be best if he could, but if he couldn't, then Qinzong had to leave quickly, because he had a bright future ahead of him. Everyone's gaze fell on Chunzong, who carried everyone's hope. "Leave it to me." Chunzong smiled faintly. He was calm and composed, which instantly caused everyone's nervous mood to relax. An indescribable confidence rose in the hearts of the 5 elders and the various disciples. They had confidence in Chunzong. The sea of blood surged, filling the air, surging over, devouring everything. A figure rose and fell in the sea of blood, exuding overwhelming malice and killing intent. "Everyone must die. I will refine you all into blood pearls for me to absorb." An incomparably evil voice filled the world, causing those with weaker cultivations to feel extremely uncomfortable. They could only feel their blood and chi fluctuating uncontrollably, as if it was going to tear their skin and soar into the sky. 5th level of the heavenly profound realm. Elder Li and the others' expressions became more and more serious. Only Chunzong's expression did not change in the slightest. A demon cultivator at the 5th level of the sky profound realm could slaughter everyone in the entire Dezhun city by himself. He was an expert of the blood demon flag, and also a demon general. However, he had accepted the blood demon sect's invitation to join hands with the shadow demon sect to besiege Dezhun city. Because he was too far away, he was a few steps slower. They haven't done anything yet. This expert of the 5th level of the sky profound realm was very surprised. Then he saw the corpses on the ground, and his pupils shrank slightly. However, his cultivation was profound and powerful, so he did not intend to retreat. Instead, he rushed over at an even faster speed. The demon cultivator of the blood demon flag could refine blood pearls, which were refined from the blood of humans or demonic beasts. The higher the cultivation of a warrior or demonic beast, the more vigorous the blood and chi would be, and the better the blood pearls refined would be, which would be more helpful to the cultivators of the blood demon sect. The sea of blood surged. The expert of the 5th level of the sky profound realm of the blood demon flag flew over quickly. An astonishing pressure filled the world, rolling over and attacking, making it difficult for everyone except Chunzong to breathe. They felt as if they were being swallowed by the sea of blood, and their eyes could only see a thick and suffocating blood-red color. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The cold-edged sword, with an extremely cold sword light, cut through the night sky and slashed towards the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag. This sword, like a beam of white light, split the world in two. Chunzong did not intend to show any mercy, nor did he intend to play tricks on his opponent. He used 50% of his strength as soon as he slashed out. With Chunzong's current cultivation of the late stage of the transcendent realm and his tyrannical spirit energy, he could kill an ordinary cultivator of the 6th level of the sky profound realm if he went all out, let alone a cultivator of the 5th level of the sky profound realm. Even if a demon cultivator of the 5th level of the sky profound realm was more difficult to deal with than a righteous cultivator of the same level, as long as he was not a peerless genius, he would not be Chunzong's opponent. This sword strike made the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag feel an extreme sense of crisis. Blood-red light shot out from his eyes, and he folded his arms to the center. The sea of blood behind him split into 2 huge blood waves in an instant, converging from the left and right and rushing forward. The sword light was extremely sharp. It split the sea of blood in 2 and rushed towards the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag like a hot knife through butter. The demon cultivator of the blood demon flag looked extremely dignified. Seeing the sword light tearing the sea of blood apart, he shook his arms, and a blood shadow suddenly rose from his body. Like a blood demon, he raised his thick arms and punched out fiercely. The demon cultivator of the 5th level of the sky profound realm pushed his fist to the extreme, and with a terrifying force, he blasted towards the sword light, trying to shatter it. However, the sword light was extremely condensed. It shattered the fists and rushed towards the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag like a hot knife through butter. Damn it! The demon cultivator of the blood demon flag was furious and horrified. How could this sword be so terrifying? Regardless of everything, blood beads flew up into the air and exploded around him. Driven by the secret technique of the blood demon flag, a giant blood-red hand seemed to travel through the void, tearing the sky apart and grabbing towards the sword light. This arm was like the arm of a blood demon. It was bloody, brutal, and ferocious, as if it came from the abyss of hell. The giant arm grabbed the sword light. Instantly, the sword light was shattered, which surprised Chunzong. After shattering the sword light, the blood demon's giant arm grabbed towards Chunzong mercilessly, as if it wanted to grab a big piece of the sky and crush Chunzong. This was the demon cultivator of the blood demon flag's attack, which was beyond his limit. It was powerful enough to threaten or even hurt a 6th-level sky profound realm expert. Dod! Elder Li and the others were shocked and hurriedly rushed over. This attack was too powerful. They didn't think that Chunzong could resist it, and Chunzong was the peerless genius of the Tai Yuan Heaven sect. They couldn't afford to lose him. However, Chunzong's reaction was faster. He swung the cold-edged sword again. This time, Chunzong used 80% of his strength. The sword light tore through the sky, tearing the sky and the earth. The giant arm of the blood demon was instantly torn apart. The sword light mercilessly attacked. Slash! The sea of blood was split open. The blood demon flag cultivator didn't have time to explode more blood orbs before he was cleaved apart by the sword. A straight line of blood appeared between his brows and quickly spread, splitting him in two. Blood orbs were very important to the blood demon Dao cultivators. They were resources for increasing their cultivation and also a method for them to execute some secret arts. It was undeniable that the secret arts of the blood demon Dao that were executed with the aid of blood orbs were very powerful and shocking, but they required time. Under this sword, the blood demon flag cultivator didn't have the time to execute any secret arts at all. He was immediately killed by Chunzong. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that Chunzong had killed an extremely terrifying blood demon Dao cultivator with only 2 moves. 5th-level Sky Profound Realm. That was a 5th-level Sky Profound Realm cultivator, not the 5th-level Earth Spirit Realm. It was hard to believe that he'd been killed so easily. The Blood Demon Sect Master, elders, and other experts also followed. However, when they saw the sea of blood in the sky disappear, the powerful experts of the Blood Demon Flag being killed, and the sword light that tore the sky and earth apart, they were dumbfounded. What kind of cultivator was this? Run! They hurriedly ran without hesitation. However, Chunzong was even faster. He didn't move from his original spot and continuously slashed out with the frost-edged sword. The blade couldn't be seen, and only streaks of sword light rapidly shot forward. Every streak of sword light seemed to travel through time and space, killing one blood demon sect cultivator after another. Kill, kill, kill. In less than 3 breaths of time, more than 100 experts of the blood demon sect were all killed. As for the experts of the shadow demon sect who wanted to escape but stopped because of the arrival of the experts of the blood demon flag, they were also killed by Chunzong with a swing of his sword. Hundreds of corpses littered the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air, making the night wind even colder. Next, it was naturally time to clean up the battlefield. The demonic Dao had suffered great losses in this battle. It could be said that Dezhan City wouldn't have to worry about anything for a considerable period of time after this. However, the righteous side had also suffered some losses. The Skypeak sect had lost more than a dozen extreme mortal realm cultivators and a few earth spirit realm cultivators. Some of those in Dezhan City had also been affected with many casualties. However, such a sacrifice could be exchanged for the demonic Dao's heavy losses, and it was worth it. Chunzong didn't need to deal with the aftermath. Even the spoils of war after the deaths would be sent to Chunzong. However, Chunzong didn't take all of it. He only took a part of it, such as the spiritual stones and blood beads. The spiritual stones could be used to replenish the heart sword seal's power, and the blood beads could be used to refine the body. The other things were divided among the others, especially those who'd been killed or injured. They needed to be compensated. Elder Qinzong, we're lucky to have you. Otherwise, Elder Ming was very grateful. He was only able to survive because of Qinzong's help. Qinzong only smiled at this and didn't take credit for it. The Shadow Demon Sect and Blood Demon Sect have been eliminated. Dejun City will be peaceful for a period of time. Elder Li sighed. This was their purpose of staying here, to resist the demonic Dao and protect Dejun City. But now, Qinzong had achieved it in advance with his own strength. Without the Shadow Demon Sect and Blood Demon Sect, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other demonic Dao forces appearing. Qinzong said. Elder Qinzong is right. We still can't relax our vigilance. Elder Ming nodded. Soon, Dejun City regained its tranquility, and the destroyed houses were quickly rebuilt, as if the fierce battle last night was just an illusion. However, only those who had participated in it or witnessed it knew that it wasn't an illusion. It was a real battle, a bloody battle, a massacre that almost destroyed the city. Fortunately, Qinzong was there. He displayed his amazing strength and turned the situation around, turning the massacre into a counter-massacre. Chapter 1097. 3 days later, Qinzong came out of seclusion. His qi and blood were even stronger than before. With the help of the blood orbs, his body refining power had broken through from the late stage of LV5 to the early stage of LV6 Dragon Power Realm. Moreover, the purple cloud black star flame had risen from grade 5 to grade 6. Its power was even more shocking. The increase in body refining realm did not increase Qinzong's overall strength by much, but did increase Qinzong's close combat strength and life-saving ability. However, the increase in the purple cloud black star flame did increase Qinzong's attack power. Other than the blood beads, Qinzong's other gain was spiritual stones. Most of the lower, middle, and upper spiritual stones were provided by Qinzong to the heart sword seal to replenish its power. The last gain was a secret skill called the blood refinement skill. The blood refinement skill was a secret skill used by blood demon sect experts to refine blood beads. It was quite profound, but it was not difficult for Qinzong. He easily understood the essence of it. However, the blood refinement skill was a secret skill of blood demon sect. Only blood demon sect martial artists could cultivate it. Other demon sect martial artists could not cultivate it at all, let alone righteous sect martial artists. This was because the prerequisite to cultivating the blood refinement skill was a cultivation technique of blood demon sect. However, this was not a problem for Qinzong. With his powerful soul and high comprehension ability, Qinzong not only comprehended the blood refinement skill completely, but he also used the blood beads to analyze it at a deeper level. He modified it bit by bit, changing its nature. After the modification, the blood refinement skill was no longer limited to blood demon sect martial artists. Others could cultivate it as well. As the one who modified it, Qinzong could easily cultivate it to the extreme. Elders, Senior Brother Feng, Senior Brother Yu, I will take my leave first. Qinzong smiled at everyone outside the Dao Guard Tower in Dejun City. Third Junior Brother, be careful. Remember to pass my greetings to eldest Senior Brother, Senior Brother Feng said. You're already so powerful now. There's nothing to worry about. However, you should still be careful. Yu Zhengxiao smiled. After saying goodbye, Qinzong left Dajin City. Facing the rising sun, he bathed in the golden light, leaving behind an eternal shadow. Stepping on the road, paved with golden light, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The extreme Yuan continent and the extreme martial continent were adjacent to each other. The extreme Yuan heavenly sect and the extreme martial heavenly sect were also the two closest forces to the top 15 forces of the Kanglan continent. Therefore, the two forces often competed with each other to motivate each other. Now, the demon army was coming from the demon-suppressing fortress in the far west. They were invincible, occupying many continents, destroying many forces, and slaughtering countless humans. They came to the border of the ultimate martial continent and began to attack the ultimate martial continent. The Taiyuan continent was adjacent to the ultimate martial continent. If the ultimate martial continent was breached, it would be the Taiyuan continent's turn. Everyone understood the principle of interdependence and did not ignore it. Therefore, with the Taiyuan heavenly sect as the leader, the various forces of the Taiyuan continent mobilized a group of warriors to enter the ultimate martial continent to help the ultimate martial continent resist the demon race army. In addition to the warriors of the various forces, there were also some rogue cultivators who volunteered to participate. After all, one was to protect their homeland, and the other was to kill demons to gain merits, which could be exchanged for some cultivation methods, martial arts, and so on to further strengthen themselves. The eldest disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain Lord was the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, Tanguo. Previously, he served as a general in the Demon Suppression Fortress and led a demon suppression army to resist the attack of the demon race army. He was very experienced, so this time he was transferred to the border of the ultimate martial continent to lead a legion of warriors to resist the attack of the demon race army. At the border of the ultimate martial continent, in a general's tent of the demon suppression army, a tall and strong figure was looking at a topographic map. The topographic map showed the area around the border of the ultimate martial continent. One side was represented by white, which was the camp of the demon suppression army, and the other side was represented by black, which was the camp of the demon race army. Report. A long voice came from outside the tent, and then a figure rushed into the tent like lightning. He cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. Speak. Tanguo did not raise his head, but continued to stare at the topographic map, carefully studying it as he spoke. The left wing of the demon race army will move 30 miles to the left. The vanguard will move forward 10 miles. The main force and the right wing will not move for the time being. The scout immediately reported the information of the demon race army. Left wing, right wing, vanguard, main force, and so on are not the internal names of the demon race army, but the definitions given by the demon suppression army to better distinguish the demon race army and give orders. Tanguo's expression did not change, and the white on the topographic map moved according to the information of the scout. Immediately, his pupils constricted, and a bright light burst out. The scout got up and slowly retreated. Pass down the order. Our army will not move, and will not change to cope with the changes. After a quarter of an hour, Tanguo said, Yes. A voice unexpectedly sounded, but there was no figure. The tent fell into silence again. Chunzong was extremely fast, leaving the Taiyuan continent and entering the ultimate martial continent. As soon as he stepped into the ultimate martial continent, he immediately felt that the atmosphere was different. Although there was chaos in the Taiyuan continent, it was not serious, only slight, so the overall atmosphere was relatively peaceful. But because the ultimate martial continent was facing the attack of the demon race army, the overall atmosphere was more bleak. What the ultimate martial continent was facing was not only the attack of the demon race army, but also the internal strife of the demon race forces. It could be said that there were internal and external troubles. If there was no help from the forces of the Taiyuan continent, the current ultimate martial continent would have been broken through by the demon race army, and it would be very dangerous. Although now, with the help of the Taiyuan continent, it was barely holding on, and no one knew when it would be broken through. Chunzong did not stop, and quickly flew across the sky, towards the border of the ultimate martial continent, where the demon suppression army was located. Arriving at the border, Chunzong looked around and saw many warriors wearing armor. They were the warriors of the demon suppression army. Strong warriors were trained to form an army, and they could display a stronger combat strength, so they could resist the demon race army. Otherwise, they would be scattered under the attack of the demon race army. Chunzong released his spiritual sense, and it instantly covered the front, sweeping past the demon suppression army. Numerous tents stood tall and seemed to be scattered, but there was a certain pattern to them. Every tent was guarded by Earth Spirit Realm cultivators with profound cultivation. Xunzong's spiritual sense had a qualitative change because of the liquefaction of the soul. Not only did it cover a larger area, but it was also more difficult to detect. Wherever his spiritual sense swept, Xunzong saw through the demon suppression army. In this demon suppression army, there were some emperor-level powerhouses, a total of 3. In addition, there were many profound sky realm powerhouses. After 3 breaths, Xunzong found the place where eldest senior brother Tangguo was. His figure flashed, and he approached at an astonishing speed. When Xunzong approached the demon suppression army, he immediately felt a tyrannical aura locking onto him from afar. It was the aura of one of the emperor-level powerhouses. Although the emperor-level powerhouse could not detect his spiritual sense, his cultivation was much higher than Xunzong's. Therefore, when Xunzong approached, his aura leaked out slightly, and it was normal for him to be discovered. However, the emperor-level powerhouse only released a trace of his aura on Xunzong. Because he felt that Xunzong was not a demon race, but a human, he did not have any killing intent, so he did not make any other moves. Then, a powerful aura of the late-stage profound sky realm spread from afar, and also locked on to Xunzong. Xunzong found that he could get rid of the aura of these late-stage profound sky realm powerhouses, but Xunzong did not do so. He came here to find eldest senior brother, not to cause trouble. Soon, Xunzong stopped outside Tangguo's tent. He was stopped by 2 guards outside the tent. The 2 guards stared coldly at Xunzong. "Both of you, please report that Xunzong of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect's Blue Feather Mountain has come to visit," Xunzong said. Although he knew that eldest senior brother Tangguo was in the tent, he was handling military affairs. Therefore, it was better to let someone report his arrival first. This was basic courtesy. One of the guards immediately turned and entered the tent. Not long after, a tall figure stepped out quickly, his face full of joy. "Third junior brother, it's really you." Tangguo's voice was full of excitement. "Eldest senior brother." Xunzong's face was full of smiles. The 2 brothers hugged each other. After the battle at the demon-suppressing fortress, Xunzong had left first. At that time, there was still news of Xunzong, but there was no news after that. All kinds of rumors were spreading that Xunzong was dead. Tangguo even thought that Xunzong was really dead, and felt that it was a pity. He did not expect that Xunzong was still alive and had come here. Tangguo was very happy. "Come, let's go inside." Tangguo grabbed Xunzong's arm and walked into the tent. Xunzong did not resist. Tangguo sat down, and Xunzong also sat down. "Third junior brother, where have you been these years? Why is there no news at all?" Tangguo asked impatiently. Xunzong repeated what he had said to Elder Songxian. "I see. I also received news that you're dead." Tangguo nodded and said with some lingering fear, "But then again, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Now that your cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the profound heaven realm, you're even stronger." Xunzong smiled. Indeed, he was dead, but he was reborn in another world, and now he had returned. "We haven't seen each other for a few years. Eldest senior brother's cultivation has also improved a lot." Xunzong smiled. Tangguo's aura was restrained, but there was still a trace of it leaking out. Xunzong sensed that it was the aura of the profound heaven realm, and it had reached the 4th level of the profound heaven realm. When they were in the demon-suppressing fortress, Tangguo's cultivation was at the peak of the earth spirit realm. It was normal for an emperor-level expert to break through to the profound heaven realm in a few years. But to be able to reach the 4th level of the profound heaven realm in a few years was very shocking, and many people could only look up to him. A few years ago, I also had a fortuitous encounter. That was how I broke through to the profound heaven realm, and then I improved by leaps and bounds. Tangguo smiled. Xunzong did not ask in detail. After all, everyone had their own fate. Asking too much would not be a good thing. It would make others feel that he was jealous or coveting. Chapter 1098. After the two of them chatted in the tent, the topic turned to the demon army. According to Tangual, the demon army outside the ultimate martial continent was not the entire demon army, but only a part of it. Because after the demon army gradually invaded and occupied the continents, they would definitely leave behind a portion of the army to guard, to prevent the righteous faction from attacking. Now that the demon army had occupied 10 continents, at least half of the army was guarding those 10 continents. The other half of the demon army was also divided into several groups, attacking on their own. The demon army attacking the ultimate martial continent was only a small portion of it. Even a small portion was very terrifying, not to mention that there were still demon warriors being sent over from the earth demon abyss to replenish the army. This was a battle of life and death, a war between races. There was no luck. 3 days ago, the demon army launched an attack, but was resisted by the demon army. The battle lasted for half a day, with neither side winning or losing, but both sides suffered thousands of casualties. So far, the demon army had not launched a general attack, but only probing attacks again and again. If it was a general attack, then it would not be as simple as thousands of casualties. Eldest senior brother, in these years, have you found the antidote to the demon poison? Shenzong asked one of the purposes of his trip. I found a formula for the antidote to the demon poison. Tanghua's face was solemn. I also collected part of the formula, but I am still short of the last 3 ingredients to refine the antidote. Hearing this, Shenzong revealed a look of joy. What he was most afraid of was not finding anything. Now, although eldest senior brother did not directly find the antidote to the demon poison, he found the formula for the antidote. He only needed to find the various ingredients needed to refine the antidote. There were still 3 ingredients missing, but at least there was hope. Calculating, there was still more than 10 years. Shenzong believed that in these 10 years, he could definitely find the other 3 ingredients. Eldest senior brother, can you let me see the formula? Shenzong asked. Of course. Tanghua immediately took out a black scroll from his storage ring. It was very rough and ancient, and seemed to be made from the skin of some living creature. This is made from the skin of the earth demon, abyss demon dragon. Tanghua seemed to have noticed Shenzong's gaze and explained. The demonic dragon of the earth demon abyss was at least at the profound sky realm. Using the skin of such a demonic dragon as a scroll to record the formula showed how precious it was. It also showed how difficult it had been for eldest senior brother to obtain it. Perhaps he had gone through dangers unknown to himself. Shenzong opened the scroll and read it carefully. Most of it was written in the language of the demon race, but there was a note in the language of the human race at the side. The handwriting was not old, and there were even pictures of the relevant materials. They were very clear and easy to read at a glance. The refining method was also recorded. Third junior brother, we are still lacking these 3 items before we can gather them. Tanghua said. Shenzong nodded and memorized the 3 missing materials. The blood essence of the demon dragon's heart, purgatory demon soul flower, earth profound nether liquid. These 3 were the main ingredients for refining the antidote to the demonic poison, while the rest were supplementary ingredients. The supplementary ingredients could be replaced with similar materials, so they were less valuable and easier to find. However, the main ingredients could not be replaced. Eldest senior brother, do you know where I can find these 3 materials? Shenzong could not help but ask. There is only one place. Tanghua's face was serious. Although he did not say it out loud, Shenzong immediately understood. One place, the earth demon abyss. The demonic poison was not rare among the demon race, but the antidote to it was different. It was very rare, because the demon race had not prepared any antidote at the beginning when they created the demonic poison, nor did they plan to prepare an antidote. It was only after some unforeseen events that the antidote became available. However, 3 of the materials needed to refine the antidote were more precious. As the name suggested, the blood essence of the demonic dragon's heart was refined from the demonic dragon's heart. There was only 1 drop, and it could be said that it was the purest blood essence of the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon was at the profound sky realm and was very powerful. The purgatory demon soul flower was more precious than the blood essence of the demonic dragon because it was harder to find. As for the earth, profound nether liquid, it was the rarest. The earth demon abyss was the base camp of the demon race. It was the demon race's territory and extremely dangerous. To get the three main materials, one had to enter the earth demon abyss to find them, and not to the upper level, but the lower level. The 7th, 8th, and even 9th level. Eldest senior brother, I will go and find these three main materials. Chunzong closed the scroll and said directly. Third junior brother. Tangguo was shocked when he heard this, and quickly tried to persuade Chunzong. Although Chunzong's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the profound sky realm, and he had improved a lot, he might be able to fight against someone at the 3rd level of the profound sky realm. However, the earth demon abyss was the demon race's territory. Especially the last few levels, there were many experts of the demon race, and they were all high-level demon race, which was equivalent to the profound sky realm. There were even demon emperor experts. Not to mention that Chunzong was at the 2nd level of the profound sky realm. Even if he himself was at the 4th level of the profound sky realm, he would only die if he entered. Even a titled demon emperor expert of the human race would not dare to enter alone. It was no different from seeking death. The materials for the demonic poison antidote were important, but his junior brother's life was also important. Eldest senior brother, I have made up my mind. Chunzong interrupted Tangguo and said directly. Third junior brother, there's still more than 10 years left. We will find a way. Tangguo said. 10 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Perhaps, after the demon race's army was defeated and they went straight into the earth demon abyss, they could take the opportunity to find the three main materials to refine the antidote. This was thinking on the bright side. It was also possible that the demon race's army would defeat the human race and completely occupy the Kanglan continent. At that time, the so-called antidote would not be important. However, as a disciple and as a promise, finding the antidote was a must. This was Tangguo's obsession, Feng Shigui's obsession, and Chunzong's inner obsession. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. I will not go to the earth demon abyss unless I have absolute confidence. Chunzong said. He could see Tangguo's attitude. Although he had made up his mind, he still had to be tactful. Hearing Chunzong's words, Tangguo did not say anything. If Chunzong wanted to go, he could not stop him. He only hoped that Chunzong would not act impulsively. Otherwise, not only would he not get the main materials back, but he would also lose his life. Eldest senior brother, is there anything I could do here? Chunzong changed the topic. Even if he wanted to go to the earth demon abyss, there was no need to rush now. Third junior brother, there's a special army in our demon resistance army called the Thorn Demons. There are not many people, but they are all elites. Tangguo's eyes suddenly lit up. Thorn Demons. Chunzong smiled and nodded. Then eldest senior brother, arrange for me to join the Thorn Demons. Chunzong knew very well that it was not good for him to lead troops to war. It was not what he was good at, nor was it what he wanted. Only a department like the Thorn Demons was suitable for him. Tangguo was one of the great generals of the Demon Resistance Army. He had a high status and great power. His outstanding ability and strength also gave him great prestige. Therefore, with Tangguo's arrangement and his identity as an elder of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, Chunzong easily joined the Thorn Demons and became a member. After joining the Thorn Demons, Chunzong naturally received a high-rank spirit sword and a high-rank spirit robe. The Thorn Demons had fewer members compared to the Demon Resistance Army, but they were all transcendents and geniuses. 2 days passed in a row. Chunzong and Tangguo talked and cultivated. The Demon Resistance Army did not make any special movements. They were constantly moving as if they were preparing for something. Chunzong was also a little curious. In addition, there was a spirit fruit in the Demon Resistance Army that could help him improve his cultivation. However, it required a lot of merit points to exchange. So, he left the Thorn Demons and used the heavenly crane wind chasing movement technique to quickly cross the border and enter the demon resistance army's territory. He wanted to explore and find an opportunity to earn some merit points. The faster way to earn contribution points was naturally to assassinate powerful demons. Chunzong's whereabouts were very secretive. The three Emperor-level powerhouses did not discover him. This time, Chunzong had a new understanding of the illusory Cloudway. He integrated it into his body and hid his aura better. Unless one saw him with their own eyes, it would be difficult to detect him. Things like Chunzong's attempt to infiltrate the Devil Army had also happened before. Speaking of which, some elites of the Demon Resistance Army would also act as assassins and sneak into the Demon Resistance Army to find an opportunity to assassinate the human generals. They would assassinate each other and weaken each other bit by bit. Of course, in the face of such assassinations, both sides would be prepared. Sometimes the assassins would fail and be killed instead. This caused the number of assassinations to decrease. In the Demon Resistance Army's territory, the aura was dark, violent, and mixed. It was the fluctuation of demon chi. If it was in the past, Chunzong would have to rely on the Demon Resistance Seal to resist it. But now, the spiritual energy cultivated by the White Cloud Ultimate Technique was very pure and could not be affected by demon chi. Moreover, Chunzong's body refinement realm was quite high and had the purple cloud black star flame. Even if the demon chi was 10 times denser, it would not affect Chunzong at all. Of course, Chunzong's long robe could also resist demon chi to a certain extent. Chunzong released his spiritual sense. The spiritual sense that had undergone a qualitative change could not be detected by Emperor-level powerhouses. Naturally, the Demon Resistance Army would not be able to detect it. Chunzong also used his spiritual sense to conceal his aura and hide his whereabouts. Unless one saw it with their own eyes, it would be difficult to detect it. There were also many tents in the Demon Resistance Army. The appearance of these tents was different from the tents of the Human Resistance Army. They did not look so uniform and had very strong racial characteristics. For example, the demonic beast tents looked like fortresses, while the winged demonic beast tents looked like huge wooden buildings, and so on. Chunzong's spiritual sense swept across the area, clearly examining everything in the surroundings and comparing them to each other. Soon after, Chunzong displayed his ability to the extreme. The more profound illusory Cloudway also displayed an astonishing power at this moment. He silently sneaked into a tent. The sword light flashed and disappeared in an instant. The people outside the tent did not notice. In an instant, the demonic beast's high-ranking officer in the tent was beheaded by Chunzong. That demonic beast's high-ranking officer was equivalent to the first layer of the profound sky realm. The moment his head was chopped off, Chunzong's left hand grabbed the void. His 5 fingers flicked and drew an incomparably mysterious trajectory. Immediately, the blood of that demonic beast's high-ranking officer spurted out and floated in the air along with his 5 fingers, quickly condensing into a blood bead. Chapter 1099. After quietly killing a demonic beast general without being discovered by the demons outside the tent, Chunzong activated the illusory Cloudway to the extreme and left the tent. The illusory Cloudway was the way of transformation. After his soul liquefied, Chunzong's power of understanding had been enhanced, and his understanding of the illusory Cloudway had deepened. When he used it, not only could he hide his aura better, but he could also hide his figure and whereabouts better, making it difficult for others to detect him. Demons whose cultivation was not high enough would not be able to detect him at all. After the qualitative change of his soul consciousness, even the Demon Emperor could not detect him. This was another big advantage of Chunzong. He could find the location of the demonic beast generals better without being discovered, making it easier to assassinate them. 1, 2, 3. Not long after, 5 demonic beast generals died under Chunzong's assassination. These 5 demonic beast generals were all upper-class demons. The weakest one was equivalent to the first LV of the sky profound realm, while the strongest one was equivalent to the fourth LV of the sky profound realm. However, no matter what level they were at, they could not withstand one strike from Chunzong. They did not even have time to make a sound. There were many upper-class demonic beast generals in this army. The death of 5 of them did not affect the overall situation. Chunzong had succeeded 5 times in a row, so he naturally would not stop. He continued to search and assassinate. Kill, kill, kill. More than 10 demonic beast generals were assassinated by Chunzong. Chunzong sneaked into the 11th tent, preparing to assassinate the 11th demonic beast general. This was a stronger demonic beast, equivalent to the 5th LV of the sky profound realm. One strike. Chunzong only used one strike to kill this demonic beast general. He took his blood essence and refined it into a blood bead, then kept his head. This was the symbol of merit. The demonic beast's physique was stronger, and their chi and blood were more vigorous. The blood bead refined from the blood refinement bead would contain more power. The moment Chunzong left the tent, he fell to gaze. Coincidentally, a general of the demon clan was passing by. That general had a very high cultivation level, the 6th rank of the upper class, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the sky profound realm. However, he was even stronger than that. Although Chunzong's illusory cloud path was very profound, it hadn't reached the stage where it could completely conceal its whereabouts under the eyes of 6th level sky profound realm expert. It would more or less leave some traces. After all, the illusory cloud Dao was about transformation and not invisibility. Humans, this was a powerhouse from the blood demon race. The moment he saw Chunzong, he was first stunned. Then he roared and transformed into a blood-colored figure. He instantly swept across the sky and pounced over. Layers of blood-colored figures appeared, and a bloody mist filled the air. The other demons also heard the noise and reacted one after another, immediately surrounding them from all directions. Since he had been discovered, Chunzong gave up acting cautiously. Without fear, he unsheathed his cold-edged sword and attacked. He had used all of his strength in this strike. After all, this was the territory of the Devil Race army. If he didn't leave in time and attract more Devil Race experts, it would be very disadvantageous for him. He activated all of his spiritual energy and attacked with the illusory cloud void. That powerhouse from the blood demon race couldn't dodge or resist at all. His head was directly cut off by the sword. In an instant, the head fell into Chunzong's storage ring, and the blood essence in the body was also refined into blood beads. The other Devil Race experts rushed over. When they saw Chunzong's figure, they were extremely furious. A human actually dared to sneak into the Devil Race army alone and so deep. He didn't take the Devil Race army seriously at all. He should be cut into 8 pieces and torn into 10,000 pieces. In the past, there had been cases of human experts sneaking in to assassinate, but they usually acted together and looked after each other. After being discovered, most of them couldn't escape and were all killed. There were even fewer people who sneaked in to assassinate. Kill. Chunzong swung his sword. The sword light was shocking and invincible. A group of Devil Race experts were all killed. Chunzong used the blood refining technique, which he had cultivated to the extreme. Their blood essence left their bodies and was immediately refined into blood beads. Their heads were also put into the storage ring. Chunzong swung his sword and killed the Devil Race experts while rushing toward the border. He used the heavenly crane chasing the wind movement technique to the extreme. No one was a match for his sword. He killed all of them, refining them as he killed them. Stop him. Don't let him escape. The Devil Race experts shouted, their killing intent shocking the sky. Chunzong was not afraid at all. His expression was cold and calm. He used the heavenly crane chasing the wind movement technique to the extreme. There was no trace of him. It was as if a white heavenly crane had spread its wings in the sky. Its speed was fast and its body was light. It shuttled through the thousands of soldiers and horses. With a sword across the sky, it killed countless. Not long after, Chunzong killed his way out of the encirclement and rushed toward the border. Monstrous devil chi surged, filling half of the sky and spreading wildly. An extremely powerful aura suppressed the world. Soon after, a huge black hand extended from the monstrous demonic aura. That huge hand was a demonic hand. It was accompanied by tens of thousands of black smoke signals as it surged towards the sky and made a grabbing motion. A part of the world seemed to be suppressed. Time and space seemed to be frozen. Chunzong's figure also paused. He felt that the air around him was compressed like fine steel. The demonic hand grabbed out. Darkness and shadows enveloped Chunzong's body, wanting to crush him. Chunzong was like a chicken in front of this giant devil hand. But Chunzong was not a chicken. The devil hand was so powerful that Chunzong's figure paused for a moment. He shook again, like a fish swinging its tail in the water or a crane shaking its feathers. He dispelled the power around him and escaped in an instant. With a hong sound, that enormous demonic hand crushed a region of space, even more so grabbing the sturdy ground, producing a crater. The great earth trembled. It was a Devil Clan expert. Chunzong knew from a fluctuation of his aura that he was at least a 7th level superior. He was more powerful than an ordinary 7th level heavenly profound realm expert. If it were another place, Chunzong would stop and fight with him and kill him. But here, it was the Devil Clan's territory. It was better to leave first. Chunzong wanted to leave, but the Devil Clan expert did not let him. He separated the sky with a finger and blocked Chunzong's way. The giant black finger emitted monstrous devil chi. Devil flames burned fiercely, wanting to burn everything. Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was shocking and cut off the giant finger. But a tall figure appeared in front of the giant finger and pointed at it, shattering the sword light. The Devil Royal Clan. The Devil Royal Clan was the royal clan of the Devil Clan in the Earth Devil Abyss. They looked more like humans, but they were more mysterious and their eyes were deeper. The Devil Royal Clan's devil chi was very pure and powerful. Their strength was far superior to ordinary Devil Clan experts. If defined by human standards, every member of the Devil Royal Clan was at least a top genius, or even a heavenly talent. 7th level superior. Chunzong knew the Devil Royal Clan expert's cultivation from the fluctuation of his aura. Although he was only a 7th level superior, his strength was definitely stronger than an ordinary 7th level heavenly profound realm expert. Human, I admire your courage, but you can't escape death. The Devil Royal Clan expert seemed to be high and mighty, staring at Chunzong with indifferent eyes. Chunzong did not reply. He directly slashed out with his sword. The Devil Royal Clan expert sneered and pointed with his finger. That finger was filled with black light, devil chi, and raging devil flames that shattered the sky. It was obviously only a finger-sized black light, but it had the ferocity of a falling meteor, as if it could shatter a mountain with a single finger. This finger was closer and more violent, but it was more in line with Chunzong's intention. 100% spirit energy, 100% dragon force, 100% spirit energy of the 7th level late transcendent realm and the 6th level early dragon force realm erupted in an instant, fusing with the 4th layer heart sword force and the 4th layer white cloud force. Slash! With a single sword strike, the power of the King Devil Clan's finger was shattered into pieces. It was like a hot knife through butter. This slash was so fast and full of changes that the Devil Royal Clan expert did not know how to resist. With a look of horror, the Devil Royal Clan expert's neck was suddenly cut off and sent flying high into the air. Chunzong reached out with his left hand and grabbed the Devil Royal Clan expert's blood, instantly refining it into a blood bead. He then put the Devil Royal Clan expert's head into his storage ring and quickly left. You dare to leave after killing a Devil Royal Clan expert. Like a thunderclap that could split the heavens and earth, the sound was so loud that it filled the heavens and earth. Terrifying devil aura filled the sky and crushed down, causing Chunzong's expression to change drastically. Formidable martial artist. The devil race's formidable martial artist had made his move. This aura made Chunzong feel extremely oppressed. Devil clouds rolled and covered half the sky. The oppressive aura made all the devil race experts stop in their tracks, their faces full of shock. They knew this aura very well. It was the aura of the Endless Clouds Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor had made his move. The two armies had fought many times, but until now, no Thear-cranked formidable martial artist had made his move. This was because once a Thear-cranked formidable martial artist made his move, it meant that the situation had escalated and could lead to a decisive battle. The devil race did not want to fight, yet as they would suffer great losses. The humans did not want to fight either. They wanted to delay the devil race as long as they could to preserve their strength and buy more time for their juniors to grow. This time, the Devil Arch actually made his move personally. However, this was also because a Devil Royal Clan formidable martial artist had been killed. The Devil Royal Clan's numbers were relatively small to begin with, and each of them was an elite. Furthermore, he had been killed in the Devil Race's territory. This was akin to slapping the Devil Race's face on the ground. Furthermore, this human was so young and yet so powerful. He was definitely a peerless genius of the human race. When he grew up, he would be a huge threat. Hence, the Devil Arch made his move and wanted to get rid of him in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles. The Devil Thearka's aura was shocking, and his devil aura filled the heavens and earth. The pressure was unparalleled, and Chunzong felt suffocated. His entire body felt like it was being pressed down by an invisible devil mountain. It was extremely heavy, and the shocking pressure attacked him from all directions. The air became extremely hard and heavy. Chunzong felt as if his body had been shackled by heavy shackles. The 7 spirit wheels in his body spun very slowly, as if he was dragging a heavy object. His blood essence also became sluggish, and even his dragon power seemed to be in a deep slumber. This pressure was not only devil aura, but also the suppression of heaven and earth powers. Thear-cranked formidable martial artists could already use heaven and earth powers to suppress their targets. This was their advantage. The combination of these factors resulted in Chunzong's current situation. He was under immense pressure. "Die!" A voice rang out, and its tone reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. It was mighty and unstoppable. A black finger light pierced through the sky and shot down for the dark clouds. Its speed was extremely fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. It was like an aurora, piercing through everything and shooting towards Chunzong. Chapter 1100. Once again, it's the college entrance examination. Thousands of people are fighting for it. Students, it's time to decide your fate. Thinking about all of you, you've studied hard for 18 years. You've stayed up late at the internet cafes to play games every day. With a computer in hand, the world is yours. You can hang out in bars and flirt with girls. How carefree. All of this makes me, the samsara, envious. Work hard on the exam. Release your primordial strength. Get into your ideal university. Master new skills. Become white-collar workers. Marry beautiful girls. Marry the great Prince Charming. And walk to the peak of life. Of course, those students who didn't do well in the exam don't have to be discouraged. You still have a chance. As long as you work hard, you'll be able to build your own company soon. At that time, you'll be able to beat Taobao and trample Jingdong. You'll be able to get those students who got into your ideal university to work for you and walk to the peak of life. Above, I'm teasing you. After the teasing, the samsara specially opened this chapter to bless the students who will be taking the college entrance examination tomorrow. Enter the examination room in your best condition. Show off your knowledge and achieve ideal results. I also bless the juniors who are preparing for the college entrance examination. Little Dumpling's sword is sharp. It will open up a path for you. It will cut through all obstacles and make you invincible, solve all problems, and achieve new heights. Chapter 1101. The Demon Emperor had arrived. The Demon Emperor had made his move. Shenzong realized that with his current strength, he couldn't fight against the Demon Emperor at all. The late-stage 7th-level Transcendent Realm was theoretically equivalent to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Although the cultivation in the Lingwu Holy World was far better than in the Zhonglan world, coupled with his outstanding ability, he could challenge those above his level and even kill those in the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. And the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm was theoretically equivalent to the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. Shenzong believed that he could even fight against an ordinary 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm and have a chance of winning. But the gap between the 8th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm and a titled emperor was too big. Although titled emperor's use of the power of heaven and earth was relatively crude, it couldn't withstand their high realm. Shenzong could also control the power of heaven and earth, and it was even more subtle. In an instant, Shenzong repelled the power of heaven and earth that was suppressing him, but the Demon Emperor's aura was too strong and couldn't be completely resisted. The opponent's finger was even faster, piercing through the sky. It was too late. Even the titled emperors of the human race from the Demon Resistance Army couldn't catch up. In the blink of an eye, Shenzong sheathed the cold-edged sword because it was impossible to fight against the Demon Emperor with this sword. His right hand grasped the void and golden flames flowed like water, instantly condensing into a long sword. The sword was like a flawless ruby, with a wisp of golden light flowing from its spine and edge. Half-Saint Artifact, red flame sharp sword. Now, he could only rely on the power of a Half-Saint Artifact. A Half-Saint Artifact had the power of a Half-Saint. It was with this sword that Shenzong could temporarily escape from the pursuit of a Half-Saint realm powerhouse and seize the opportunity to activate the Heartsword Seal. With the power of the red flame sharp sword, it was enough to kill any Demon Emperor. Spirit energy surged and poured into the red flame sharp sword. Golden flames instantly spewed out like a volcanic eruption, like flowing clouds in the sky. Shenzong's expression was cold and solemn. With a wave of his sword, golden flames slashed out. The power of this sword was unparalleled, and it directly shattered the Demon Emperor's finger. Immediately after, a stunning golden sword light tore through the sky like a blazing sun. It went against the current and blasted towards the dark clouds in the sky. However, Shenzong was not happy at all. Instead, he frowned. He was a little confused and then stunned. Just now, the sword did not really exert the power of the red flame sword. It was not that Shenzong was unwilling, but it was restricted by some kind of restriction, as if it came from this world. With no time to think, Shenzong pushed his body movement to the extreme and rushed toward the border. As long as they crossed the border, they would be in the camp of the anti-demon army. The endless clouds Demon Emperor descended and blasted out a palm strike, shattering the golden sword light. However, his expression was grave, very strong. The power of that sword was very strong. Then, endless clouds Demon Emperor's eyes fell on the golden flame longsword in Shenzong's hand. His eyes flashed with an intense light. With his eyesight as a Demon Emperor, he could naturally see that this human was able to resist him in an instant because of the golden flame longsword in his hand. If he could obtain the golden flame longsword and make it his own, wouldn't he become even stronger? It was very, very difficult for an emperor to improve. Therefore, they were very eager to obtain any method to improve their strength. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. It was the illusory Cloud Empyrean sword. The sword turned golden and split heaven and earth. Endless Clouds Demon Emperor's expression was grave. This move was very powerful, and he had to deal with it with all his strength. He opened his arms and wriggled his fingers. Endless demonic flames rolled and spread out. Dark clouds circled in the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. Suppress. The Endless Clouds Demon Emperor roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. His hands formed a demonic seal, and with terrifying power, he struck down from the sky. This strike was like a huge seal and also like an ancient mountain. It had an amazing defense and also a terrifying attack. It was an ultimate move that combined attack and defense. The golden flame sword radiance slashed at the seal, creating a crack at the bottom of the seal. Like a hot knife through butter, the golden flame sword radiance continued to rush upwards, splitting the seal into two. However, the power of the golden flame sword light was also exhausted. The power of a half-step saint weapon was extraordinary, but for some reason, it couldn't be fully released. Now, Chunzong didn't expect to be able to kill a demon emperor with a red flame sword. He only needed to delay the demon emperor and buy time for himself to escape. One strike after another, 3 golden flame sword lights tore through the sky and shot toward Endless Cloud's demon emperor. Endless Cloud's demon emperor's expression grew grave in the face of these 3 sword lights. There was no doubt that if he was hit, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong exploded with astonishing speed and approached the border. On the human side, the titled emperors in the anti-demon army were constantly paying attention to the movements of the demons. When Endless Cloud's demon emperor attacked, they were already alarmed. Very quickly, the titled monarchs of the human race also discovered Chunzong, who was being hunted down. Even though they were curious as to why a demon emperor would make a move against a sky profound realm human, they did not think too much about it. They would save this human first. Chunzong's spiritual sense was very powerful. He had already sensed the movements of the titled emperors of a human race. He immediately put away the red flame sword and drew the cold-edged sword. Endless Cloud's demon emperor chased after him and attacked Chunzong. Everywhere it passed, heaven and earth were turned upside down. It was extremely terrifying. If Chunzong was hit, even with his strong body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be smashed into meat paste in an instant. At the same time, the titled emperors of the human race also arrived. They raised their hands like sabers and slashed the void. The saber light was shocking, splitting the world. The collision of the 2 titled emperors caused an extremely terrifying shockwave. Chunzong felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Even the high-rank spirit artifact robe on his body couldn't withstand the impact and was directly destroyed. Fortunately, Chunzong's speed wasn't slow and his physique was strong enough, so he was able to remain unscathed under the shockwave. However, Chunzong's chi and blood were in turmoil, making him even more aware of the strength of a titled emperor. Whether one was titled emperor or not was truly a chasm. With my current strength, even if I break through to the transcendent realm 8th layer, without using the red flame sword, I'm afraid I won't be a match for a titled emperor. Chunzong thought to himself as he rushed towards the anti-demon army camp without slowing down. The difference between titled emperors and non-titled emperors was too great. It was a qualitative difference. If there was a huge difference between the profound heaven realm of Blue Wave World and the transcendent realm of Lingwu Holy World, then when one reached the level of a titled emperor, this difference would be constantly reduced. Seeing Chunzong escape, although Demon Emperor Endless Clouds was unwilling, he didn't attack again. After all, the outcome of a battle between titled emperors wasn't so easy to determine unless the gap was too great. Demon Emperor Endless Clouds no longer had the will to fight, and the titled emperor of the human race wouldn't chase after him either. For him, now wasn't the time. He actually managed to escape from the pursuit of a devil emperor. The martial monarch turned around and looked at Chun Zongyuan's departing figure, a look of contemplation on his face. As soon as Chun Zong returned, he took out the heads of the demons he killed one by one and calculated their merits. There were mid-level demons, equivalent to the Earth Spirit Realm, and high-level demons, the strongest of which had reached the superior 7th Order. These demons had just been killed by Chunzong not long ago, so the remnant aura on their heads could be used to identify their cultivation when they were alive and then calculate their merits according to their cultivation. Half an hour later, the identification was completed, and Chunzong received a large number of merits, which he immediately exchanged for. The spirit fruit was in his hands. This spirit fruit was covered in azure light, like rolling waves, containing an astonishing amount of pure spirit chi. With this spirit fruit in hand, Chunzong immediately announced that he would enter seclusion. Swallowing the spirit fruit, Chunzong circulated the white cloud extreme true art and quickly refined it. After liquefying his soul, Chunzong's comprehension had improved. In other words, there was no increase in quantity, but there was a qualitative change, making it easier for him to comprehend various mysteries. His 7 spirit wheels continued to revolve, and half a day later, the pure spirit chi contained in the spirit fruit was completely refined and absorbed. Chunzong's aura grew stronger, and 3 breaths later, it grew stronger again. Peak 7th layer, transcendent realm. 14th stage of the white cloud, extreme, true art. This time, both of them had broken through, causing Chunzong's strength to increase significantly. The 14th layer of the white cloud, extreme, true art, because of some fortuitous encounters, had allowed the purity of his spirit chi to surpass that of the 16th layer. The improvement in his strength made Chunzong happy, but it was still not enough. This kind of cultivation was not enough to dominate deep-sea world. At the very least, he needed to reach the 9th layer of the transcendent realm to be fearless. After refining the spirit fruit, his chi refining cultivation had improved, and his secret art had broken through. But Chunzong did not come out of seclusion, instead taking out the condensed blood beads and beginning to refine them. The demon race's physique was naturally stronger, and their vitality was also more vigorous, so after being refined into blood beads, the energy contained in them was even more vigorous. Coupled with Chunzong's modified blood refining technique, the refinement was even more thorough. As he refined and absorbed the blood beads one by one, Chunzong felt that his vitality was constantly strengthening. The strengthened vitality tempered his internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin, and nourished his dragon power, causing it to increase. After the increase in dragon power, it nourished his body, strengthened his physique, and strengthened his vitality, forming a perfect cycle. After Chunzong had refined all the blood beads, his body refinement cultivation had increased by quite a bit, from the early 6th layer dragon power realm to the late 6th layer dragon power realm. Only then did Chunzong have time to think. When he was in the Lingwu's sacred world, he could unleash the full power of the Scarlet Flame Sharpsword for a short period of time to contend against a half-saint martial artist. Here, however, he was inexplicably restricted and could only unleash a small part of its power to contend against a Thear-cranked martial artist. After studying it carefully, Chunzong realized that the Scarlet Flame Sharpsword was filled with threads, like a net that sealed most of the sword's power. This was the power of heaven and earth from the Kanglan world. Only if Chunzong's cultivation was strong enough could he unleash more of the Scarlet Flame Sharpsword's power. In other words, Chunzong could not use the Scarlet Flame Sharpsword to kill the arch. At most, he could contend against one. However, if his cultivation increased, he would be able to unleash more power. Then, killing a Thear-cranked martial artist would not be a problem. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed that his strength had dropped from the half-saint level to that of a Thear-cranked martial artist. However, there was nothing he could do. Chunzong did not have the ability to contend against an entire world by himself. After cultivating, Chunzong came out of seclusion. Tanghua came looking for him and could not help but scold him. This scolding was out of concern. After all, Chunzong had snuck into the demon race's army without saying a word. It was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he could have been killed. Tanghua also knew that if a human the arch martial artist had not intervened at the critical moment, Chunzong would have been in danger. After being scolded by Tanghua, Chunzong did not refute. "Junior brother, remember to be careful," Tanghua said at last. "Yes, eldest senior brother." Chunzong nodded and agreed. The arch martial artist who had saved Chunzong was from the ultimate martial heaven sect and was titled Martial Emperor Zhengwu. Chunzong should go and thank him. However, when Chunzong went to Martial Emperor Zhengwu's place, he was invited to another place to meet another the arch martial artist, Emperor Gu Yuan, one of the 2 known the arch martial artists of the ultimate Yuan heaven sect. "You are Chunzong." Emperor Guiyuan's gaze was very domineering. It was as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. His tone also contained a shocking power. It was as if he wanted to oppress others all the time. "Greetings, Emperor Gun." Chunzong bowed. But in fact, Chunzong did not have a good impression of Emperor Guiyuan. After all, some things had happened in the past. You were able to raise your cultivation to the second level of the heavenly profound realm in just a few years. It's indeed not bad. Emperor Guiyuan's words were very domineering and direct. I think the fortuitous encounter you had should be very extraordinary. This time, you were able to escape from the Demon Emperor. I have to say that you are very lucky, Emperor Gun said again, with a playful look on his face. If it wasn't for Martial Emperor Zhengwu, I would have lost my life, Chunzong said. Chapter 1102. Chunzong, you are very clear about the current situation. Our human race needs to be strong enough to resist the devil race. Emperor Guiyuan's eyes shone like the sun, as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. You have a big secret on you. With this, you can escape unscathed from the Devil Emperor. I hope you have a selfless spirit and announce the big secret. Even if you can't let everyone know, at least some of them know. It can greatly increase the chances of our human race winning. Emperor Guiyuan's gaze became more and more aggressive. I can't announce it. It's only for my use, Chunzong said, looking at Emperor Guiyuan without fear. He did have secrets, but these secrets had nothing to do with others. He could escape safely from the Devil Emperor because of the half-saint weapon, red flame sharp sword. Could it be that he had to take out this sword? Impossible. If this sword was useless to him, Chunzong wouldn't mind. However, this sword was a very strong trump card for him now. He definitely couldn't hand it over. You have a treasure on you, right? It's that treasure that allowed you to escape from the Devil Emperor. Emperor Guin stared at Chunzong for more than 10 breaths, trying to pressure Chunzong and break his heart. His tone was full of shocking oppression. Lend me the treasure. When the devil race retreats, I will return it to you. Emperor Guiyuan's words made Chunzong's heart sink slightly. If he really lent out the red flame sharp sword, Chunzong was sure that he would never get it back. In other words, Emperor Guiyuan would never take the initiative to return it. Emperor Guiyuan, you must be joking. This treasure is connected to my life. Forgive me for not lending it. Chunzong's tone was very firm. With the red flame sharp sword, even if it was sealed by the power of the Kanglan world, Chunzong could still have the strength of an emperor in a short period of time. He was not afraid of Emperor Guiyuan. What's more, Emperor Guiyuan wouldn't dare to attack him openly. Staring at Chunzong for half a quarter of an hour, the atmosphere was incomparably bleak. If it was an ordinary heavenly, profound realm, they would have already suffocated. However, Chunzong was safe and sound, without any fear. Emperor Guiyuan resisted the urge to make a move to suppress him because he wasn't confident. Since the other party was able to escape from the hands of the Demon Emperor, they most likely had the ability to escape from him as well. If this matter were to blow up, it would be very disadvantageous for him. I'll give you some more time to think about it carefully. Is your personal interests more important or the righteousness of the human race more important? Emperor Guiyuan spoke, standing on the moral high ground. Goodbye. Chunzong didn't pay any more attention to Emperor Guiyuan. He turned around and strode away. In his heart, he was very disappointed with Emperor Guiyuan of the Tai Yuan Sky sect. Although it was the mentality of many cultivators to take the treasures for themselves after discovering them, it was different when they actually encountered them. First, it was unfair, and now it was coveting his treasures. How could Chunzong respect it? However, Chunzong didn't change his mind because of Emperor Guiyuan. He still went to see Emperor Zhengwu and thanked him. Martial Emperor Zhengwu's attitude was quite good. Although he guessed that Chunzong had some kind of precious treasure that allowed him to escape from the endless clouds Demon Emperor's clutches until he made a move, he didn't think so. However, Martial Emperor Zhengwu wasn't like Emperor Guiyuan, who coveted Chunzong's treasures. After thanking him, Chunzong bid farewell, to marshal Emperor Zhengwu and return to his tent. It seems that I can't stay here any longer. Shenzong thought to himself. Emperor Gu Yuan was definitely coveting it. Maybe after a long time, he would find an opportunity to deal with him. Therefore, it was necessary to leave this place. In addition, he could also find an opportunity to go to the Earth Demon Abyss to find the 3 main materials for refining the demonic poison antidote. More than 10 years was a little long, but it wasn't that long. Who knew how long it would take to find them after entering the Earth Demon Abyss? Now that his cultivation had improved and his strength had increased, his confidence was also greater. In addition, the demon army had invaded the surface, and the power in the Earth Demon Abyss was probably not as strong as before. It was a good opportunity. After making up his mind, Shenzong waited. The 3 Emperor-level powerhouses had a rotation. One person would be on duty for 10 days, and then another person would be on duty, and so on. Previously, it was Marshal Emperor Zhengwu who was on duty and saved Shenzong. The other 2 Emperor-level powerhouses who were not on duty were quietly cultivating and improving themselves. Time passed, and Shenzong had been cultivating in seclusion. When Emperor Gu Yuan's duty ended, Shenzong left a letter to senior brother Tanghua. He used the mystery of the illusory cloud way to completely restrain his aura. Even if the Emperor-level powerhouses were not present, it would be difficult to detect him. Secretly leaving the camp, Shenzong went to the ultimate martial continent without anyone noticing. He planned to leave the ultimate martial continent from other places. Now, the 24 continents of the Kangling continent could be divided into East and West. The West was occupied by the demon army. If Shenzong wanted to enter the Earth Demon Abyss, he had to go all the way to the west. That was the territory of the demon army. He had to go all the way to the demon-suppressing fortress before he could enter the Earth Demon Abyss. Shenzong knew very well that this journey to the west was not as easy as before. It was full of danger, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he had an idea. He wanted to use this opportunity to go all the way to the west and kill demons to refine blood pearls to improve his body refining cultivation. The ultimate martial continent was adjacent to each other. On one side was the Taiyuan continent. On the other was the Bianwu continent that had been occupied by the demon army. And on the other side was the Summer Bright continent that had not been completely occupied by the demon army. The Summer Bright continent was at the junction of the east and west of the Kangling continent. It was also Shenzong's choice to head west. As soon as he stepped into the Summer Bright continent, Shenzong could clearly feel the chaotic aura here. It was the aura of the demon path. It was very strong, indicating that this continent was close to falling. The demon path forces led by the ancient demon palace were very active here, stirring up trouble. On the other hand, the righteous path forces were completely suppressed here, struggling at death's door. If there were no accidents, the remaining forces would either leave the Summer Bright continent or be destroyed by the demon path forces. Shenzong did not plan to stop at the Summer Bright continent. Firstly, time was of the essence. Secondly, even if he stayed behind and did his best, it would be difficult to resist the invasion of the ancient demon palace. The demon path was prosperous. This was the current trend. With his own strength, or rather with his current strength, it was impossible to resist. Moreover, he was not some savior. He could not save so many people. Crossing the Summer Bright continent, Shenzong did not deliberately look for people of the demon path. However, there were many people of the demon path who had their eyes on Shenzong. This was because the righteous aura on Shenzong was very obvious. The aura of the demon path and the righteous path were completely different. It was like the clear and turbid water, clearly separated and easy to sense. Naturally, those people of the demon path who voluntarily looked for Shenzong were like courting death. They were all killed by Shenzong's sword. Their blood was also refined into blood pearls by Shenzong using the blood refining technique. However, Shenzong did not refine just anyone. Now that his body refinement cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6th level of the Dragon Power realm, ordinary blood pearls were no longer effective. At the very least, he had to refine the blood essence of a profound sky realm expert into blood pearls in order to increase his body refinement cultivation. The demon path forces in the Summer Bright continent were prosperous, and there were many demon path experts. Therefore, even if Chunzong did not take the initiative to look for them, he had killed many demon path experts along the way. When Chunzong crossed half of the Summer Bright continent, his path was blocked. A jet-black demon aura covered his entire body and rose into the sky like smoke signals. The cold aura spread in all directions, and it was extremely terrifying. This demonic Tao powerhouse's eyes were pitch black, without the slightest bit of white in them, causing others to be even more alarmed. Like this, he stared at Chunzong with a chilling gaze, as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. Tell me your name. When I fall, I don't kill nameless people. The demon path expert pointed his black long saber at Chunzong. His voice was extremely cold, and his killing intent was shocking. The black long saber had a biting cold aura, as if there were countless ghosts screaming. It was extremely mournful, and no one knew how many lives it had taken. The tyrannical aura spread in all directions, and Chunzong knew that this was a demon path expert at the 3rd level of the profound sky realm. You're too weak. Chunzong responded directly. He unsheathed his cold-edged sword, and the sword light pierced through the air. The demon path expert's intuition was amazing. His pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant. He couldn't block this sword. With a loud roar, he exerted all his strength and fully activated his demonic technique. The black aura spread out and poured into the long saber, crazily slashing. However, before his saber could fully slash, the sword light had already pierced through his forehead. The sword chi minced his brain and scattered his soul. A demon path expert at the 3rd level of the profound sky realm seemed to be quite powerful. He was definitely a strong opponent for the righteous path, but he was nothing to Chunzong. Chunzong could kill a demon path expert at the 7th level of the profound sky realm with one slash, not to mention a demon path expert at the 3rd level of the profound sky realm. His left hand grabbed the air and immediately refined the demon path expert's chi and blood into a blood bead and stored it in his storage ring. The demon path expert's storage ring naturally became Chunzong's spoils of war. Without stopping, Chunzong continued forward, leaving behind a dried-up corpse that had been sucked dry of blood. This situation was caused by the blood demon path's blood refinement technique. A demon Tao expert stared at the corpse of the 3rd LV of the heavenly profound realm demon Tao expert and said with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with a terrifying cold light. First, he decapitated him with one slash, then used the blood refinement technique. Who did this? Another demon path expert was astonished. He rubbed his chin and pondered. At least the 4th level of the profound sky realm. Could it be Demon Bloodsword? The 3rd demon path expert guessed. Demon Bloodsword. He had a bit of a background. He was a profound sky realm expert of the blood demon path who was in the 5th level of the profound sky realm. He was a genius of the blood demon path. It was said that he once fought against a righteous expert at the 6th level of the profound sky realm. Not only was he not killed, he wasn't even injured. Instead, his opponent was lightly injured. Demon Bloodsword is temperamental. He might be the one who did it. In the end, the blame was thrown to Demon Bloodsword. Send someone to warn him. In this situation, we demons must be united. We can't fight among ourselves. Otherwise, it will only give the righteous path an opportunity. If he doesn't listen, tell him that this is the Crown Prince's order. Crown Prince. The group of demon path experts were shocked. Crown Prince. His full name was the Crown Prince of the Devil Tao. He was the direct disciple of the supreme ancient Devil Lord of the ancient Devil Hall. His talent was astonishing, his cultivation was profound, and his strength was powerful. In the Devil Tao, he had an extremely high status and prestige. Since the Crown Prince has spoken, we must carry it out. Immediately warn Demon Blood Sword to not act recklessly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.